I had like a Twitch tab open. Like I opened Twitch and then went to my dashboard, but I middle click a lot, right? So the old tab is left. So I clicked on it so I could like close it. And then the front page carousel autoplayed. I don't know who that guy was. Oh well, anyway. Anyway, welcome to the stream. Yeah, I thought so I always turn the front page carousel, I always turn those streams down. And it saves that setting. It, like if I open a Twitch tab, it doesn't open or it doesn't open with their volume on typically, but occasionally it just undoes it. I don't know why. It just forgets. You would think like it would keep that information in a little, you know, cookie moment or whatever the fuck. But no, it forgets. Oh well. Or it wouldn't be a cookie, but you know what I mean. Thank you for not forgetting about chicken pants. Look, all I want to say today, guys, all I want to say is fuck Puffy and fuck Suge. That's all I want to say. But we're here. It's a nice, beautiful Sunday. It's a beautiful Sunday. Fuck them both. It's 3:30. I want to mention something. I should be fine. But the past 2 weeks, I've been having health issues that are not really like anything crazy. It's just symptoms that I have to deal with and will go away. But every now and then I have side effects. Every couple of months, I've got a symptom that comes back just from like some old shit that I've got going on. Not actively sick, not getting sicker or anything like that. But occasionally it just comes up and I just live through it. It's whatever. You know, it's nothing that actually harms me. But I want to mention it because one of the things that happens is sometimes I can't sleep. Doesn't happen super often. I'm already like a short sleeper. That's just genetic. I've always been like that. Occasionally I will just go an entire night not sleeping and then sleep the next night. It will happen. I did that the other day. And I was like playing Vintage Stories super late at night, and then I was awake in the morning, and I was like chatting some places. Basically, if you stalk me on the internet, you would see that I was awake for well more than 24 hours, right? Like you would see that. And a couple people commented on it. Don't worry about me. I don't want you to worry about me. It is a symptom. People have to deal with shit sometimes. It's fine. I just stayed up and I felt fine. And I was like, well, if I'm going to be awake, I'll just play more games and then get more work done. It's whatever. Don't try to suggest fucking anything to me ever, which I think most of my core audience doesn't. I don't think you guys do. It's usually stragglers. But holy shit, seeing some people... The problem is, if you say something to me, I could just ignore it. But when they say it to my friends, I'm like, stop. They're like, oh my God, she's been awake for 36 hours or like whatever. And then like, I'm just trying to play games with my friend and ignore the fact that I can't sleep because there's nothing I can do about it. It's just a medical thing. But that someone will say something in someone's chat and then that person will be like, oh my God, is that true? Blah, blah, blah. Because they don't know my situation and I don't go around telling every single friend, you know, yeah, every couple months I'll like have like a day or two where I just don't sleep or whatever. You know what I mean? Yeah, mind your business is literally it. That's all. I don't know, because I can ignore it, but when you say it to someone who knows me but doesn't know my situation, because I really don't tell many people, you know, any details of my medical situation ever, because it's not their business either. I don't care if they know. It's just like I don't go and open with that. You know what I mean? So they just don't know because I'm just not going to bring it up. But yeah, then it like makes them concerned. Then they ask me if something's wrong, and now like there's just a vibe that's been added to the day that didn't need to be added, you know? And then they'll be like, oh, they get genuinely concerned because they know me because they're my real friend. And then they're like, oh no, what you should probably, and then I have to sit there and go, no, this is why you shouldn't worry about it. And then I start describing, I'm not just on a bender or some shit. It's this medical thing. You know what I mean? It's like, it's such a waste of time. You know what I mean? It's like every friend that I have to explain that to, that they're also going to ask the same questions, which are valid, but we have to have that same conversation with them that I never would have had to have if no one said shit. You know what I mean? So if you see, the reason why I'm telling you guys this, because you're the core audience, you know I do tell you these things here and there. If you see someone saying something about me staying up late, me not sleeping, or any medical anything, or habit thing, or whatever, just be like, she's got medical shit, don't ask. End of story. You know, that way the streamer, because I'm not in everyone's chat, you know what I mean? But if you see that in someone else's chat and someone's like concern posting and then making the streamer concerned, whatever, just, you know, pack it up. Just be like, oh, she's fine. It's a medical thing. You know, because sometimes they don't know it's a medical thing and they make it sound like they're concerned because they think it's a habit thing. And I'm like, oh no, they just don't know. You know, I'm not mad at anyone. They just don't know. So if you see it, just kind of, and we should be good. You assumed it was a vintage story grind. No, this came at the perfect time because normally if I have this issue, it comes up every couple months where it's just an entire night. I just don't sleep. When this happens, I usually just play games through it because it's not like I'm able to really work a lot through it. I get some stuff done, but I'm not like fresh, you know, so I'm not gonna sit there and record videos or, you know, like anything major because I'm not gonna be able to like perform. It's also why I didn't stream Thursday. Because I knew it was one of those days I was not sleeping. It's just, you know, it was not gonna be good. So like I didn't sleep. Last night I slept, but the night before that I didn't sleep at all. And then a couple nights ago as well, there was one. So I was just like, yeah, I'm just not going to stream. I did like hop on alt, but I was, you know, tired. Didn't want to speak too much because I streamed so much the day before. That's also part of me streaming a lot the night before too, is I could feel it coming on, you know? So I was like, let me get some good hours in now before I am like ultra cooked for the next couple days, you know? So I went super long Wednesday, so you got like 3 VODs worth of shit. Thank God we're on the Vintage Story server because I had something to stream for that time. If I feel like I don't have anything good to stream for like a long one like that, then I end up just like staying up all night, just playing some solo shit. Like there's not really much for me to do because I'm not even in a state where I can get a lot done, you know? I like clean. Or I like lay down and watch stuff, you know? So yeah, if I feel it coming, sometimes I'll just do like a long stream just to get hours out. So if you don't see me much on the weekend, you've got shit to watch, you know? But yeah, that's just my PSA, because I don't think I've talked about, I mentioned to you guys that I have some lasting symptoms that will just kind of never go away, or some that will get better over time, but it takes like years to slowly go away. And one of them is that, it's the sleep thing. It's almost always okay, and then every couple of months I'll have like a day or two within a week where I just am like, we're not sleeping today, and then it goes away, and then a couple months later I'll have again, but it's then, you know, it'll be gone. And then I don't know, there's a few others, but I don't think they affect streams, so it doesn't really matter. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that's worth mentioning. I don't think any of it affects anything else, really. It's just like, I'll get hot and cold. I'll get like overheated and then chills, and then overheated and then chills sometimes. Kind of like if you've ever had the flu, where you go like super feverish, except it happens like really quickly. Almost like, but not quite, like a hot flash. I usually don't sweat during it or anything. Not exactly a hot flash, though. I go, like, proper full fever. Or, yeah, if you get a vaccine, sometimes you get that. I spend more time getting the chills than I do getting overheated, but it always starts with I start getting overheated, and I'm like, uh-oh, here comes. So I get overheated for a short bit, and then boom, chills for, like, 30 minutes, an hour. You know? I get that sometimes. It's usually at a similar time I've got those sleep issues. And then it goes away. But yeah, it's just related to like, after my old cancer fiasco, or during it rather, a lot of stuff was affected with me in various parts of my body, like a lot of regions, and sometimes they just kind of like the beams cross and then I get like a weird symptom. You know? That's really it. Best way to describe it. But it's not really like, thankfully it's nothing that harms me, which is good, you know? So it's just a thing. But yeah, I'll mention it. If I've ever like, oh my god, I gotta stand up for a sec, and I don't sound good, it's probably just me getting overheated and being like, I'm gonna go turn the air on, you know? But if I'm ever like, oh, it's probably just that. It's probably nothing like actually bad, you know? So your VTuber we won't be able to see when you finally keel over? Yeah. Actually, very thankful for that. You know, the best part of being a VTuber is that when I have like a weird health issue where I'm not feeling good, I can turn to sludge in my chair and you like don't know what I look like. You know what I mean? Because you know when people look sick, they look their worst. They look beat, you know? They look beat. You guys don't see it. You might hear it sometimes in the voice if I'm like nasal sick or whatever, right? But like we don't have to be like, uh-oh, my face is my brand and I can't appear on camera looking like this, right? Like some streamers, especially girl streamers that I'm friends with, a lot of them talk about that and they're like, yeah, when I get sick, I just don't even, I turn camera off or I don't stream because, you know, I look not good because I look sick, and people comment on it or they make it a thing and they don't want to deal with it. And I'm like, wow, maybe you should get a model, you know, and just have it on the side. Yeah. People at P&G Sport. That's what I'm saying, Karate. I think people should like all consider a little P&G or something. So you're like, I'm sick today. I'm going anime mode. You know, you just turn it on. But yeah, it's nice. It's nice. Oh, speaking of which, speaking of getting up quickly, I need to grab where's my lip balm? Hold on. I left it in the other room. I found it. She's got a balm. My lip balm. Balm. B-O-M-B is bomb. B-A-L-M is balm. They're different words, dude. You know, when I was like little, I remember my mom teaching me to say these words slightly differently. And when I say them, I feel different saying them. I don't think it actually comes out sounding that different, you know? But I like feel it. Do you guys feel it? Or do you actually say both, like you attempt to say it the same way, pronunciation-wise? Calm, bomb versus bomb. I don't know. It's like I feel different. If I say both out loud, I feel different. I think a good number of people do. Not that you actively try to say differently, but you know, when you're just speaking a sentence, your brain is like, this is the one that's said this way. Boom. The vibrations feel different. Yeah, like you say it like with like a different part of your mouth a little bit. Yeah. Dude, this song right here. This is Who Shot Scott's like one really good song. And I was like, I like this one. Let me listen to the rest of his stuff. I didn't really like the rest of his stuff very much. Not gonna lie. I was like, I don't like the chorus that much. It's, you know, it's okay. But I like it. I like the vibe. What else has he got? And I just didn't like any of his other shit. It always makes me sad because I really like discovering new artists. I really like discovering new music. And, you know, I'm like, this person might make some, like, good party music. No, I didn't really like his shit. Sorry, Scott. Oh, hold on. Work DM. I'm just I have artists designing things, so I realize I need to. They just messaged me and I have to tell them. They're like, "What did you want for this thing?" And I'm like, "Fuck!" And I have to right now type out my thoughts on what I wanted for this thing, and I have to recall what I wanted. I have to remember. When you think through an entire thought and it's great, and you kind of write some things down, but then you're like, "Now I gotta articulate to someone." Fuck, you know. Shit. It's the hardest part when I have like visual ideas of what I want, but then I have to explain some things because not every reference or image that I get for a mood board fits exactly what I want for a detail, or you know. So I have to figure out how to describe it, and I'm like, I don't know. Yeah, make it look cool. Yeah, I'm trying to make sure that I did a lot of outfits last year. I'm trying to do like a lot of very different ones this year, like make each one feel really different from the last. The one that we're doing Wednesday, it will still feel on brand, but it'll also feel very different in what it looks like compared to things I've had before, which is nice. That's what I wanted. I want everything to feel super different. So I'm excited. I'm excited for it. Speaking of which, we have over here. Speaking of which, we have that Wednesday. Finally, Catholic Guilt is returning to VTubing. Yes, yes, exactly. And it is the second half of the duo that I'm supposed to do with Mouse. So I wanted to show a teaser image, but I wanted to post it on Twitter. But I can't post it right now. Actually, I can. I didn't post a going live tweet, did I? I didn't do that, did I? Well, let me try to find this. Nope. I'll be honest, no one comes here from Twitter anyway. So kind of don't really care much. Also, I did, oh my god, you would love this. I've been working on a thing. Oh, I want to show you, but I have to erase something from it. I have to redact something because it refers to a project that we're doing that I can't show you yet. Hold on. I'm going to show you something, though. I did a low fidelity mock-up because we're getting the website worked on. Because I wanted a website. It doesn't really do much for you guys, but it's mostly for, like, corpo shit, you know? Like if I have a... I'm redacting the thing so you don't see it. There we go. Did it. But if I have, like, a company that I want to work with and they're like, who are you? What do you do? You know, spot to throw that at them. So I drew up a version and I was like, what if we do a really simple one-pager? I just wanted to showcase, like, some models and stuff. And I want it to, like, you know, do this, do that. And I said, but let's start with a simple one-pager, and I'll, you know, we'll flesh out more pages later, but let's get a thing together. And they were like, what do you want on it? I said, hold on. And then 5 minutes later, I sent them this. Do you like my low fidelity mock-up? Can you tell what the colors mean? Do you like my low fidelity mock-up? Is it good? I think personally, I think it's really good. I think it's really good. I think it's incredible. You can tell what it is, too. You can tell what it is. It's splash art at the top with the description and then the links. And then at the top, if you click about, it's an anchor to the green line on the left, right? Yellow models, it's an anchor to the section that's yellow, right? Same with contact. And then the store, but the store, it doesn't have a color. Why? Because it brings you to a store page that is on another site. Boom. Boom. Yeah, you like that chibi face on the right? I just, you know. Guys, I'm telling you, if you're trying to describe something to, like, an artist or someone who's making a thing for you, just do an incredibly low fidelity, shitty mock-up like this and be like, this is what I want. It works in the professional space, all right? Yeah, I don't own GEEGA.com, by the way. Yeah, nothing to do with me. We're doing something else. We're doing something else. I'm not gonna try and buy .com from them. I don't. When you try to get a .com and it's like not that many letters, there's no point in paying the amount you need to pay for it. It's a Chinese solar manufacturing thing. I've like, I don't even know if it's legit or real. You calm something recently, did a quick pencil blob sketch and said, haha, like this. Yeah, I do it all the time. A lot of art you'll see of me. Not all of it, but a good number of things, especially if it's on merch. There are plenty of times where I have like gone through and done a shitty sketch, but I've been like, put me here facing like 3/4 this way, this thing, hand here, blah, blah, blah. And I'll like draw it out, especially if it's like with a friend, you know? And then I send that and they're like, okay, bet. And then they make it beautiful. And it works. It actually works. It works. It's fun. It's fun because I don't know, I feel like I can visualize things really well. I cannot draw. I know I cannot, and I cannot like design shit. That's not my forte. I don't actually do that stuff, but I can mock it up just fine. So that's what I do. You keep any of those rough sketches? No, I throw them out. I do them literally in like paint and then send it to that. A screenshot send to the person. That's it. So if I went into my screenshots folder, they're probably there, but I don't like keep that shit. No point. No point, because they're things I literally do in like 5 minutes maximum. But anyway. So plans for the week. We've got Wednesday. Outfit debut, right? I'm gonna go live kind of around the normal time, and then we have a collab later in the night. Mouse and I didn't plan any special duo thing or anything. We like when we first wanted to do the duo outfits, we were trying to figure that out like, you know, a year ago or whatever it was. I think it was over a year ago. We're not doing anything crazy though. I just want to mention, so because there was too much that happened. Okay, there was too much that happened, and I was like, I'm just gonna do normal ass debut. You do a normal ass one, you know, and we're chilling. But because it is part of the original idea, there will be duo merch. There will be duo merch, which I think I might have mentioned before, but I don't remember, so I'm mentioning it again. There will be duo merch of me and Mouse, which is gonna be really fun. That was the part of the project that we really kept up on. So that's gonna still be going. So that's fun. I want to do that with more friends too. This will be kind of like a nice first launch to see how that goes. Like figure out how that works on the back end too, and like make that smooth. And then yeah, I want to do that with more friends or like little group drops, like 3 people, and you know, that kind of stuff. I think it's fun. So yeah, I've got that Wednesday. So be aware. I don't know what time it's launching. I gotta double check with the company if they want to do that like an hour into stream, or you know, when it starts, or later that night, maybe when Mouse is awake. Like, I'm not sure, you know. I have to double check exactly what's going on, but that day it will definitely be available. Okay. But yeah, I'm excited because it's something that we planned initially under Vishoja, right? And like we were doing it together as 2 members of the group kind of thing. Now it's just our thing, so hopefully it goes well. I can't see it not going well, but like, you know what I mean. The back end gets more confusing. Not super, but like a little. So it'll be interesting to see how that all goes. And then assuming it can run smoothly, I want to do that with more people. It would be fun. Stock day 1, I believe it's going to be pre-order. Just because of the nature of some of the items. But it'll be nice. So no, you're not going to get it in a week or anything like that. I do prefer never doing pre-order, but because of the timelines, initially we were going for that. That was what we were trying. But then with all the company stuff, we didn't have the time frame to be able to do that. Because if you want it stocked ahead of time, then every bit of art, every little thing has to be completely 100% done so they can manufacture it months before the drop, many months before the drop. So we were initially trying to do that because, you know, I hate pre-orders. But timeline-wise, everything that happened over the summer made that impossible. So it will be pre-order. Still, it's a company that I like have worked with before. I trust they're great. So it will be fine to do pre-order through them. Friends have worked with them, all that. So I don't mind that. I don't mind that. I think one of the main reasons why I do hate it is because some companies like really fuck up that process. This one does not. So I'm like, it's not that bad. But yeah, it is made to order, yes. So there won't be stock issues. There won't be like, oops, sold out or anything like that. You know, like you can get as many as you need. So that will be the comforting part of that for sure. But yeah, I don't know exactly what time, but on Wednesday we will have stuff available and I'm excited and I want to leak it very badly, but I'm not going to. But I'll be posting stuff on Twitter every day leading up to it. And I want to get my teaser image. Hold on. That's what I wanted to show you. But I had to open a thing and go to the right section of it to get the teaser image. I wanted to show you the teaser because I had an artist friend draw it. And I really like how it came out. I really like how it came out. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I gotta zoom on it and get the perfect crop. Okay, I got the perfect crop. Well, I don't know if it's perfect, actually. It's slightly off-center. I won't worry about it. Oh, I won't think about it. I won't think about it. Look at it. Ta-da! Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, it's a little off-center, whatever. Here, wait. I'll make it perfect. Ooh. There we go. Ooh. Okay, so this is the teaser. This is the teaser coming soon. Coming soon. Is that Mata? No, I was just talking about it. Did you just click? Did you just click? Bro doesn't know. Ha 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 ha. Wait and laugh. Anyway. Ooh. Wait, I'll put it here. This is the stuff you should look at or stuff you should whatever corner. Look at it. Look at it. Anyway, I'm excited. No, the hand on the right is it's Iron Mouse. She already revealed her outfit, so I feel like I'm not leaking when I say it, you know what I mean? It's one of those things where normally you'd be like, oh, who's that? Oh, ooh, you know, but like she already showed her outfit. Some guy will take 2 seconds to like take a picture of this and then a picture of her sleeve and be like, it's a sleeve because on that one stream she showed this thing, you know, so. What do I post on Twitter? I need to post this on Twitter as a teaser. I could just post the image with eyes. Are there cool hand emojis that point at each other? I don't know how to make that look good. Hold on. Hand. Ooh, palm down hand and palm up hand are really good, but I can't make them face each other. Ooh, wait. Hold on. Hold on, I'm cooking. Hold on, I'm gonna cook with these emojis, dude. I'm gonna go crazy. Just you wait. I wish there was an emoji for a hand doing a half a heart. You know when people put their hands together and they each do half of the heart, it makes one? I wish I could do that. So it's like her doing the heart and me doing the thumbs up, but I can't, they don't have that. They don't have that. It's not a thing. They have the leftwards pushing hand, so it can make it look like she's rejecting my advance. But it don't look right when I put them next to each other. Yeah, everything faces to the right with the hands. I've got I can do a handshake emoji. Ooh, I could do. Hold on a second. Oh no, I found it. Wait. What if I do the women holding hands emoji? How do we feel about that? I'll do that. Okay, and then I'll put the date. Post. Perfect teaser. There it is. There it is. It's on Twitter. Go like it. Go boost it. Oh, wait. I should have tagged Mouse in it. No, I'll let people guess. I'll let them be like, oh my god, who's that? Even though you guys, like, already know. You gonna think you have a new girlfriend? Brother, I've been used to it. You know, if you go to Google, okay, you type GEEGA, if you say and, you say and. Now, I don't know if this works for all of you. For me, I see GEEGA and Nimi comes up. Because it's that and then Joel because everyone thinks that thumbnail about us being married was real. But Nimi comes up because when she announced her marriage, I was like, oh, happy for her. But there are also some people kind of like saying whatever the fuck. So I was like, I'm gonna keep this lighthearted, and I replied. I was like, so excited for our new chapter together. You know, like a joke. And people started Googling it. your guys is getting Joel. Yeah. I was like, I was so excited for my wife. And holy shit. There's two results. You can't make jokes in this world, dude. People will Google it and then it shows up. I see you guys replying on Twitter, oh my god, who's dad? Who are gonna be? Oh my god, who is it? Can you guys bait people to reply to you? Can you be like, so is that a new VTuber? Who is it? But say it, don't make it sound sarcastic. Just say it, and we'll see if people reply to you and are like, I think it's Iron Mouse because, and they start pulling out the red string. Hope your marriage is going well. Yeah, she and I are having a great time, dude. It's great. It's wonderful. I don't know, man. Every time. You're happy for her? Me too. I just think, people should be able to do whatever they want. And they should be able to talk about whatever they want. And not feel like they're gonna die for it. I don't know. People should have their lives. I think it's, here's what I want. I think it's really valid for people to want to hide their private lives a ton. I think it's really valid for people to want to share their private lives. All I want is for people to be able to do what they want to do. So whatever they feel like doing, if they're like, I feel like keeping this private, or I feel like sharing this, I want them to do what they feel because that's their comfort zone. That's it. I don't care how anyone reacts. I just want to see people doing what they do. I don't want people to hide it because they feel like they have to, if they actually want to share it, and then they're just worried. No, like, you should just do what you want. That's it. I see someone just being like, I want to share this, or I want to keep this private, and doing that, yay. Right? Yay. That's really all that matters. So it just makes me happy to see people clearly do something that's within their comfort, right? And not worry about it. I think that's good. I think it's good. I think, I don't know. I think you said in that, dude. Wait, this reminds me of something Boone said yesterday. You said, in that case, can I ask Giga to put that cigarette on me? We were running around, and Boone, you know, he always runs around and says, "I just want a normal woman." Right? He's like, "I want a normal woman. I want a normal woman." And then yesterday we were adventuring in Vintage Story, and he's like, "I just want." I don't know if you were watching this last night, but he was like, I just, you know, want a woman who'll just be nice to me, and I hope she has bangs, and I want her to like put out cigarettes on me and shit. Like, he was talking about that last night. I was like, Boone, I don't think you want a normal woman. These are very contradictory statements. These are very contradictory. He always says normal woman, and then occasionally like something like that comes out, and I'm like, I don't. You're nodding off. Heard that started dying. Yeah. It's funny as fuck. That's why I came up though. Last night you just kept saying it. Oh, it was so funny. Oh, it was so funny. It's cloaking to control. I know. He can't stop. He can't stop. It's just his thing. It's like his whole thing, dude. I don't know. I think he's Boone. I think he can't end up with a normal woman. But at the same time, there's part of me that hopes so, because I feel like people usually end up with someone, there's a wide spectrum, but it's often someone who's really like them or completely different, right? Some people want to be balanced out. Some people want like comfort zone. And that is some people's comfort zone, is being balanced by something different, right? So it just depends. But I feel like people like him are the ones that I often feel like I see ending up with people that are nothing like them. So I think it would be funny if he marries someone who's like really normal, you know? I just think it'd be funny. Kind of like you know, you ever see Piff the Magic Dragon and his wife? You ever see them together? He has this woman who's like a Vegas showgirl that shows up in his shows. That's his wife. I'll show you. I don't know if you've ever seen. It's his wife, Jade. I don't know if you've ever seen Piff. She's so slay. She is. Look. Hold on. There's a beautiful picture of them together with Mr. Piffles in the middle. Everyone thinks this is just like an employee for the show sometimes. No, this is his wife. This is this guy's wife. So Piff, the magician / comedian on the left, with a dry humor, goes for the purposefully boring voice sometimes when he talks. He's going for like the ultra dry, like you don't expect him to say a joke kind of thing. And then the lady on the right, Jade, that's his wife. He met her while doing shows. And he was on Queer Eye. I saw him on Queer Eye and I was like, oh my God, I've seen him. And then she was on it, and like just watching them interact was really cute. It was really cute. You should watch it. He makes her laugh. He does. She's also like, she's a very extroverted person. Like he like does his show and then he wants to like hole up in a room afterward and just like, you know, debrief and decompress and all that. And she's like really personable. she's just the complete opposite of him. I really like it. The crusty ass dog. They have 3. Their names are funny. Wait, what were they? Hold on. Piff the Magic Dragon dogs. What are their names? Yeah, Mr. Piffles is the proper one. They have Mr. Piffles 2, who is his cloned successor, allegedly. What are the names of his dogs? They have 3. And their names were like something to do with the number 2 and 3. It was something really funny. It wasn't Piffles the second. It was something else. I don't remember. He says it on the episode. Anyway, I was reminded of him because he was on that show. I don't usually like watch it, but it got recommended to me on Netflix, and I saw Piff in the thumbnail, and I was like, Piff the Magic Dragon. So I clicked, you know. I was like, wait a minute. They were doing like, they were just kind of, you know, helping him with what he looks like, how he acts, whatever, outside of the dragon suit. And I got to learn his dog's names and see his wife Jade. It was great. You think it's healthy for introverts to have an extrovert partner? I think it does them well, but like, is the world 50-50 like that, or 50-50 enough? Are more people extroverted than introverted, or vice versa in a large amount? Or is it like 60-40, like close-ish? I don't know. I don't know if we have data on that, because I think the problem is it's also partially self-proclaimed, you know? So that's the problem too, is like, someone will be like, I'm an extrovert, but then they actually like really can't. They really can't do the things they say they can do, or like they think they're extroverted, but their social battery is actually low, and they just don't know what this means, you know. So I don't know. I don't think we can get real data on that. It's such a nuanced question too, because some people, like, I don't know, the amount of extroverts who claim they're introverts is funny to me. Yeah, but you also don't know how people feel. What you see someone do is not going to tell you how they feel doing it. You know what I mean? Like me, I appear very social. I do say I am social, but I also say I'm an introvert. And it's hard to explain that to people, because if you would look at me and the way I act, you might think I'm more extroverted. Especially being a streamer doesn't help. You know, asking like IRL friends, they think I'm more introverted when I ask them, because they like see me, they know me. But even then, some of them might think I'm more extroverted, but then I have a lot of moments where I absolutely shut down and need to go away. I absolutely am like, I need to hole up for an entire 48 hours. There are times where I like need to be alone. And if someone tries to talk to me and they keep messaging, I will get angry and like close Discord. Like I will get angry, genuinely. Like I don't get mad easily, but I'll get like frustrated because I just can't. I'm like, my brain won't let me right now, you know? Like, you know what I mean? It's to the point where I feel like a bad negative emotion because someone's just trying to like ask me a normal question, you know? Or sometimes I don't even open. I don't know what they're pinging me for. I'm just like, oh, I can't right now. You know? So for me, you know, I do be thinking I'm introverted, you know? But I think it's a huge spectrum, and I think, you know, it's not even a spectrum. I think it's like more nuanced than introvert or extrovert. I think there's a lot of different things going on, and it's probably like a chart with, you know, looks like an IV chart, right? More than just a slider between two things. But it's hard to quantify this stuff, right? Because so much of it is like in your head, how you feel, not how you act. I don't know. You've never met an extrovert online? I have. I absolutely have. But they're usually content creators. Or they're in like certain communities, you know? You get a call at work, and if you're in a bad mood, you get a genuine wave of existential dread. When I was younger, I couldn't make phone calls. I couldn't just cold call anything until I was like 16. And then I was only able to do that because I was in the workforce, and I just had to. I literally had to for work-related things. And I was able to get myself to do it after that, but there are certain things I would like never procrastinate on, and some that I would, and it's not much, but that was something I would put it until the last second. I would put it back and back and back and back and push it until, you know, the last moment, until I literally had to, or I would like lose a business thing or something. You know what I mean? It was really bad. I'm much better with it now, but even still, I'll like put it off. I definitely will. I absolutely will. I don't know. I said texting is too slow, calls are way faster. I'm much better at it now, and you know, it's not calls in general, it depends on who it's to. Family, call them. I don't like texting. I just want to talk to them, you know, way faster. Nowadays too, I use voice notes all the time on Discord, all the time. I have more than 2 sentences to type, boom, you're getting voice noted, you know, because it's just so much easier for me to get out all those words like that. And then also, other people can't skim a voice note. Yeah. Like, they think they can, but they kind of can't. And when I have a lot to say and I have to write a lot, even with cutting it down, it's long, I prefer to say it because they'll actually listen to it. Whereas if you type it out, they will skim every time. So it's not a call, but you know, I use it a lot more. For sure. Being an extrovert with social anxiety feels like being an introvert. Yeah, I feel like I'm an introvert without social anxiety. I think that's how I would describe myself. Other than the phone call thing, but I'm like pretty much over that. That was when I was younger. Nowadays, I'm an introvert with no social anxiety, because if I'm like at the store and some random person asks me a question, I'm answering the question. I don't feel nervous. I'm just like, oh yeah, I love, you know, that apple is nice, but I would use this apple instead. Are you making a pie? What are you doing with it? You should do this, right? It's not because I love talking to that person. It's just like, oh, they need help. I am here to help, you know? Oh, hello. You know, I'm like very, I'll talk, right? But then if it's one of those moments where I don't want to be bothered, I'm not going outside. I'm not even putting myself in a situation where I can be talked to, you know? Black hoodie on, pull the strings all the way, so my mouth is covered, my eyes barely poke out, you know, I look crazy. There's just like a tiny window for my eyes to look through. Pull it all the way and go out looking like that, looking like a close-up sandworm. That's me. You know, looking like a sandworm that's almost done eating somebody. Yeah, full Kenny mode. Oh, yeah. All the way. Pull it all the way, the strings. I really do, though. I put on, like... Sometimes I go, like, the weird secret celebrity route. And I loved COVID era because I love wearing a mask and covering myself. Love that. So I would wear sunglasses and a mask, and I would pull the strings all the way on the hoodie, all the way, and I would be like you could not see my face. I do it all the time. When you live in a dense area, it's actually quite important to, like, not get sick, and if you are sick, not get others sick. So you do see more people wearing masks and things even pre-COVID in, like, New York City, for example, right? But yeah, no, I would do that quite a bit. You don't give off that energy? Well, it's on and off. It's on and off. I have days where I'm like, I want to do that. And then I have other days where I'm like, I walk outside without my cell phone. And I just go walking and I see a neighbor and I'm like, hey, you know, I see someone from the neighborhood. I go down to the bodega and, like, those 2 guys that are always sitting there and I'm like, what's up? You know, and I'm like making conversation and stuff. So I don't know. It flips. Does New York have good mask etiquette? No, I don't think there's good etiquette anywhere with it, if I'm being honest with you, except for, like, Asian countries, because it's more normal there. I think the whole U.S. is cooked with mask culture. I think people are a little better the farther north you get. And I think in New York City, there's always been more immigrants. So, yeah, like, it's a little better, but it's not with everyone. There's still plenty of chunks of the population in the city that, even during COVID, were like, not getting it. I think a lot of it comes from people not understanding how they work or the point of them. Like, you know, all the people that wear them and would put it under their nose, so, like, they're still expelling air outside of it. You know? Like, they just literally did not understand why the fuck they were wearing it. Or they didn't care, they just didn't want to get yelled at. Chin diaper, yeah, when they would pull it down to talk, and I'm like, brother, keep it on. Yeah. That shit was just... I think people just don't know. You just casually take walks down the war-torn streets of New York. Oh, man. I have literally... I've had friends want to visit the city, but then be like, I'm kind of scared. And I'm like, why? What? And they're like, I heard New York is scary. And I'm like, what do you mean? What kind of scary? And they're like, there's a lot of crime. You know what? Keep thinking that so fewer people come here. Please. Please, keep thinking that. I'm gonna go outside and start throwing shit. I'm just gonna throw shit and be like, oh, and like act up and pretend I'm on fence. So people are just like, well, can't come here, you know? Dude. Yeah, less traffic, everything. Fewer tourists walking slow on the street. Oh, man. Surprise, surprise, cities of crimes. It's not just cities, too. There are crimes in towns and things. The important part is number of crimes per person, right? And like per area, too. The people will draw a circle and they'll be like, oh, so much crime in this city. But then they draw a circle that's so huge, so huge. You know how big New York City is? You know how many people there are? Do you know the population? NYC population. Did it go up? Mid-2024, 8.48 million. 8.5 million. 8.5 million. Countries with population near 8 million. It's like the number of people in Sweden. Here, let me scroll. We got a world population chart. Switzerland has slightly more people. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. The people that eat snert. I love saying it because someone's gonna be like, actually, that's Dutch. They love snert. But yeah, man, I don't know. Lucky. Why are you looking over there? Oh, it's because there's often food there, but there isn't right now. Oh. Oh no. Where'd your bowl that you always like to lick go? He's looking at the left side of my desk. He's like trying to find food. You want to sit here? See me leaning back. You want to sit here? What'd you come here for? You're here to hang out. There's no food over there. He keeps looking to the left and going, sniffing. People give you shit for the snare thing. They don't give me shit. They never gave me shit. It was like 5 people in YouTube comments going, actually. It was never anything big. Lucky. Can you pick? You're where my mouse is. Left side. Okay, what if I move my leg like this? What about this? How's that, Nucky? How's that? There's no food there. He's staring at like an empty spot on the desk where I often would have something. The thing is, he like very rarely actually gets anything. So this proves that he's just here to camp it. Is this your prime hunting spot, Nucky? Is that what this is? He just walked over to it and did a sad circle. Now he's coming over to sit on my lap. You did a sad circle where the bowl would be. You're gonna sit here and you're gonna like it. You're gonna hang out, okay? Here we go. Anyway. You said you wish, you're like, I wish that there was more crime in New York, because then you wish people would stay out of Bushwick, the college students. I know. I think the hard part for me is my old neighborhood. It's always been a mix of really bad and getting gentrified and really bad, and they try to gentrify it and then it doesn't stick because people are afraid, and so we're always kind of like on edge, like, oh, is this finally gonna happen? Like, is it working? No. And I've lived in a lot of different spots, and I've seen some where I lived in like a really shitty location, that building get replaced with something crazy, and then there are others that are just like just as shitty. You know. So I moved around quite a bit, but still, I don't know. there are ones where I definitely spent more time. Even if I moved, like I was able to go there and hang out. So there's certain spots that feel like one in particular for me that's definitely like that was my neighborhood for sure. And still shit. It's still shit. And you know the joke, the joke where people are like, oh, you go outside and pop a few gunshots and then, like, keeps the rent down, people don't want to live there. It's not a joke there. Like, I legitimately know people that they see, like, there's one nice building on the edge of town, like it's one town over, but it like overlooks the the part of the town that's not so nice. And they wouldn't necessarily pop gunshots, but they would start sitting outside and loitering around in the street and just like milling about and like mean mugging whenever someone would be like obviously touring the buildings over there. And they just like do that ghoulish ghostly look and like look up and stare in the windows. And then those people would leave. And I was hanging out one day and I saw them doing that and I was like, no way you guys are doing that to the new people. They were like, oh yeah, we just keep looking at the windows because we figure if we keep staring, they're gonna get real uncomfortable. I was like, that's fucked. Yeah, a little crackhead shuffle, a little something. So funny. So funny. Oh my God. And it works. And, obviously they don't want to like go out there and pop gunshots just to keep the rent down. That's kind of crazy. But there are other ways you can make it look a little, I do think they are too gatekeepy though sometimes. Like, they'll be at the corner store kind of thing. And someone will walk in who's like, new to the neighborhood and in the nice building. And they'll all just like not talk to the person. And I'm like, okay. But I know what they're doing. They just really want to protect, their place. So I don't blame them. I don't blame them. And if I was living in that spot, I'd probably do the same thing, honestly. I don't know. Gotta do what you can to have your own slice. No one wants to get pushed out. No one wants to get pushed out. And like, where do you even go after a certain point? Like, it's one thing to get pushed out to neighborhoods that are further and further from where you want to work, and it's one thing to get pushed into quote-unquote worse neighborhoods, but after a certain point, there's nothing left, and it's like, what, do you move to a new city? Fucking what, go to Philly? Like, which I know people that have done that, so it's tough. It's tough. Pull out the old reliable fuck you looking at. Yeah. Fuck you looking at. Or my favorite, they look at you and ask a question, you look them in the eyes and then look away. So you're purposefully ignoring them and they know that. And then they're like, the people here don't like me. And then they go back to the suburbs. That one always works. You make it obvious it's on purpose. Not really a family environment. I don't know. Yeah, it's happening in San Francisco. Yeah. There aren't a lot of natives. New York is filled with people that are and are not natives. It's kind of the nature of the city that a lot of people immigrate in. But the thing is, like, a lot of people move in that don't know how cities work. They don't understand, and this is the case with every city, but you get people moving in that don't understand how to live amongst a lot of people in an area that's dense, high population, and they end up having small daily habits, doing little things that just slow everything down and get in everyone's way because they don't understand how to live in density, and that genuinely is so frustrating. So when someone from a city is like mean to you because you like made a simple mistake, it's because, when there are a lot of people doing these little things that gunk things up, it genuinely makes life so much harder for everyone, Yeah, they complain about noise. They're like, oh, are those sirens always sounding? And you're like, yeah, do you want to not have EMS? Like, what do you... Yeah. Yes. Or they're like, oh, I just wish I could live on a higher floor to be away from all this street noise. And you're like, okay, well... Go live in Manhattan and go get something on the 20th floor and spend $1 million. I don't know what to tell you, but they sit there and complain about it every day. You're like, don't live in a city, You need to learn how to live in a city. I don't think it's that hard. I don't think it's that hard. But you just have to be there for a bit and adjust. But there are people that just don't adjust. I think it's the big thing is disrespecting communal stuff and just getting in people's way all the time. Not moving out of the way and, you know, yeah, not being self-aware, not being a part of their environment, you know? Like they don't see themselves as part of the city and part of the whole. They see themselves as a person and everything else is just around them or they're just in it. And then when something bad happens, like it's never their fault. It's this place. You know what I mean? And I'm like, what if that's naturally how a dense place is? you know, but it's hard. It's just a very, you know, I think people that are used to cities very much understand the world doesn't revolve around them. They're part of the whole. And then if someone moves in that doesn't have that mindset, you know, that could be really annoying to deal with in a lot of different ways. I don't know. What can you do? What can you do? Be mean to them? I mean, you know. Be mean or try to kindly tell them that the world doesn't revolve around them and then they never take that well. It's tough. There's no solution. I think yeah, blocking the sidewalks is the most annoying thing, or blocking a store entrance is a big one that you see a lot of tourists doing or whatever. They're like people in a restaurant waiting for a table. In the city, you go up to the host stand, you say, you know, I got 2, I got 3, I got 4, whatever. And they go, okay, here's your weight. And you go, okay. They put you on a list or whatever. You should stand outside and get as close to the wall as possible so you're not blocking the sidewalk and you're not blocking the entrance. But I know so many tourists will just like, and not just tourists, people that like aren't used to a city, they'll walk in that entrance, they'll get put on the host stand, you know, little list, and they'll be like, okay. And then they just loiter in the doorway. It makes that all the people going in and out naturally can't move now. Also, a lot of restaurant staff have to go out the front door and open a cellar door in the front on the sidewalk to get down to their cellar for their fridges and all the kitchen stuff. Sometimes they have secondary kitchens downstairs, you know? And they, in like Queens of Brooklyn, a lot of the time, those are in the front. So the kitchen staff need that doorway, like, clear, you know? Because they're carrying, like, a big tray of chopped vegetables that they just prepped downstairs and they're bringing it to the back kitchen upstairs, you know? Is very normal, happens all the time, and they don't always have a back door to do it at, or they'd have to walk around the side of the block to get there, so they just go in the front, you know? Just go in the front. And then I'll see someone standing in the doorway, and a guy will be like, excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. He's holding a tray of chopped broccoli, excuse me. And the person will go, oh, why are they carrying that here? And then they like try to stand out of the way, but instead of getting out of the door, they like just try to pretend they're smaller than they are and get up against the side of the wall. And I'm like, oh my God, this scene has happened in front of me like 1,000 times, probably more. And it's so frustrating to watch every time. And I'm like, they're not aware of like the second prep kitchen downstairs thing being really common. So they're like, why is this man holding a tray of vegetables? And they're just like stunned by the sight because it's a weird little thing they weren't expecting. And then they just stare. They like, that's the other thing. I think when you're in a city or a dense area for most of your life, you learn very quickly, even if you don't know what's going on, quickly become not a nuisance. Right? So if something happens in front of you that's a little weird, a little surreal, and you're like, what's that? You'll still just move out of the way. Your body will still move. But a lot of people that aren't used to that density will see something, get stunned, and then just like fucking not move. They just like actually freeze. And they're not aware of themselves like physically and how they're affecting the space. And they want to ask questions first. And I'm like, move first, you know? Move first. But I think that's, you don't really get that sense unless you live in density, right? Of like how much you're fucking it up. In the Navy, you learn to move to the side when someone's shouting to make a hole. Yeah, right. Like that's what I mean by living in density too. It doesn't have to be in a city, right? If you just live in any density in any space, you're on a ship, for example, right? You're in barracks. You're living in barracks with other people. You don't have much space, and there's one little walkway in the middle. You know, all this kind of stuff. Like you just kind of develop that awareness. You know? I don't know. I wish everyone went through a boot camp to learn this stuff. I wish they would. Baffles you when tourists deadass stop in the middle of the sidewalk. They always do it too. They always do it. I don't know. That one is like, or they want to take a picture. That's the thing. Way back in my day, way back when, I feel like people didn't really stop to take pictures as much because they didn't all have a phone, and not everyone would take a picture of every little thing. But you know, last like, God, how long has it been? Last 15 years, people all stopped to take photos of everything. So it used to be that people would slow down a little to like look at a map because they didn't have Google Maps. They'd be slowing down to look at a map to figure out where they were. And it was a little annoying, but like, you know, they weren't like glued to a screen. They were looking at the map, they were looking up a lot at street signs, etc. So it's like easier to like nudge past them. But nowadays they hold a device in front of their face and they look up. They're taking a picture of a building usually or something, right? And they're like so locked in on the rectangle in front of them that they completely lose the world around them. And like, it's just different than it used to be, you know? Like, people would, you could at least get through to them and they wouldn't immediately become angry. But now when people are like using their phone, they're trying to get a picture, whatever, if you're like, excuse me, and you're pushing past, they're like, I'm taking a picture. Like, you're supposed to care, you know? like they didn't get like that before. They would be like, oh, sorry, I'm in your way with the map at least. And they'd like move over. But with the picture thing, they care about their angle, you know? That shit has become so prevalent, and that's you know, it wasn't as much of a problem like 15 years ago, but now it's fucking everybody. It's fucking everyone. Bet. I was at a party and the guy cooking at the grill was a trained chef. People were loitering around the kitchen. At one point he said behind, and I had to laugh, telling him none of them are gonna know how to respond to that. You know, I've always had kitchens that were a singular hallway like that, like straightforward, just a singular countertop wide space, right? And then on the left you have some stuff, on the right you have some stuff, and that's it. I've always growing up, everywhere I've lived, always had like a one-person walkway through every kitchen, you know? And yes, two people can walk past it if they like turn to the side. That can work. But it's always been like that, with literally like 2 squares of countertop to prep and do everything on, and then like stove and sink, and that's it. Fridge, done. You know, that's just always what we had. So my mom would say behind, and she learned this, you know, when like she was working as like a teenager, because she worked in so many different places, and she did work in a kitchen at one point, you know, like, so when I was little, I was taught behind, right? Especially because she'd be cooking, she'd be picking up a big pot of something hot, I'm walking behind her, no one wants boiling water splashed on them, whatever, right? So I thought that was normal. I didn't know that was like a, you're not going to get used to that word specifically unless you work in a kitchen kind of thing. I just thought like everyone did that. I don't know. I didn't know that wasn't a thing until like I started like really being in other people's kitchens and then being like, oh, it's a professional kitchen thing. Yeah, I didn't realize. I think anyone who works in a restaurant gets used to it. Professional kitchen, food truck, any of that type of work, you know? Even if you work in a place that does like, you sell sweets out of a little stall, right? Maybe you've got a part-time job in the mall at Auntie Anne's or some shit, right? Like, even environments like that, you can learn that, but it has to be some sort of like kitchen usually, right? I don't know. I thought that was normal though. But it was just my mom being like, that's efficient. Let's do that too. You still hot and shove people out of the way. I mean, yeah, that's what most people do, I think. They pick up a thing and they go hot, hot, hot. They don't say, the thing is, when you say behind, you're saying that you are going behind someone else, or you're holding something hot and you're telling them, if you're behind, watch out, right? It's either one. But the hot, hot, hot thing is just like the cook themselves screaming it usually. You know? I don't know. You don't miss working in a kitchen? I personally, I love it. But my brain is super tickled by any sort of like management or logistics or anything in that type of environment. So like, I love the game Played Up. I love playing with multiple people and trying to like make their workflow more efficient. I love that shit. Right? And then in real life doing anything like that, my friends had a barbecue a while back. They like bought their first house a couple years ago. They're having a barbecue. They're like, let's go here. And I'm like, do you need help? Because they invited a lot of people and they were going to make the food. So I was like, I could get a couple friends and we do all like the serving, you know, get the stuff out there while you're cooking. And they were like, yeah, absolutely. I get in there, I get a team of like 2 people with me. And I'm like, here's what we're going to do. And laid it all out. And they had like this tiny, tiny ass kitchen. And it was like, I had so much fun doing it. I don't know why. I really like doing that kind of stuff. I think that's why I lock in so hard on like Vintage Story too, right? Like when I'm playing with other people and I'm like, oh, I'm the town mayor and shit. And I'm actually delegating though. That's so fun for me. I don't know why I like it so much. But it's just like, it's genuinely fun. It's genuinely fun. Anytime there's like actual work. Anytime there's actual work and I'm delegating and like task managing, it's fun. But the thing is, I never liked, like I never wanted to really be like a PM or any of that kind of role in certain work environments because I want everyone to be a drone. You know what I mean? I don't like dealing with people. So if you have a team of people that are great to work with and understand things, it's good. But when you deal with people that don't get things, I don't have the patience for it. Like, I always think I'd be a good manager, but then I think about that. I'm like, I think I'd be a bad manager, actually. I don't know. I don't know. we are drones. I'm glad you didn't forget about GEEGA mod. I'm glad you didn't forget about that, because I remember seeing that emote a while back, and I laughed so hard. Now, it was also like 5 a.m. I saw it in a friend's chat at 5 a.m. and I laughed so hard I almost like threw up. And I don't think it's that funny in hindsight, but you know, it was 5 a.m. So like I found it really funny. And I added it and I was like, I hope they use it. I hope they use this one. That's a picture of Blazing. It's him, real and true. That's him. I'm pissed you removed lazy mod, bro. Did I remove that, or was it the 7TV emote maker that removed it? I don't think I removed it. I'll be honest, I think one of the most annoying things in the world is when you give chatters like a joke emote, but they use it to tell the mods what to do. And the thing is, I think 80% of them are saying it as a joke and it's totally fine, but then there's this like pocket of like 20% of the people that are not joking. And I want to kill them. So I just think it's better to take away, you know, the emotes that like enable those people. Because I cannot stand when people are like that toward mods in general. You know? They're like, oh, the 2 mods on staff didn't watch the entire chat every second interval of the stream for 10 hours, you know? Like, I don't know. Yeah, exactly, Texas. I'm like, dude, I could get it if I was paying you guys all like salaries or something and could afford to do that. But like, it's not how moderation works. So when people try to tell the mods what to do, I'm like, brother, fuck off. Walking up to a volunteer and being like, you didn't go out of your way to do the best job in the world, you know. If mods get paid? That shit's unsustainable. It's impossible. I think if I were like a GEEGA streamer, you know, I'd at least have like 1 or 2 that I'd throw something at. But dude, not possible. Not possible. You gotta make so much. We get our shit from you for the most part, so I feel like we know best. Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing. Like, the mods will mod in the way I tell them to, right? And if I notice there's a trend of them doing this thing or that thing and I want us to stave off of that, or I'm like, oh, you haven't been modding this type of thing, let's do this, whatever. I'm like really communicative and I always tell the mod team, like, do this, do that, don't do this, you know, and just kind of like give guidelines so they're on the same page and they know to what level to do each thing, right? But then people get pissed at them and they'll, you know, not you guys in particular, but I mean like mods in general. I always see like chatters, the fuck ass ones that get modded a lot. They'll be like, oh man, these mods are power tripping. And I'm like, I don't know about other chats, but at least here, like, I tell them to lay off of a lot of stuff, you know, and they do. I don't know. They try to act like it's your problem. It's not. It's my problem, dude. It's crazy. The people that think mods never talk to the streamer. I mean, to be fair, there are streamers, absolutely. There's a lot of them that don't communicate with their mod teams on how to moderate, and I actually think it's a painful number of them. And I've like, I wouldn't say crashed out on, I wouldn't say that, but I've absolutely like had words with some friends about how they don't have any control over like their mod teams, and made them change that shit. because there was like one friend in particular who, someone in chat said something that could be taken weirdly, but it was like, in context, it made sense what they said. So what they said in the wild could have been bad, but it was in context with what the streamer was talking about, and no one had a problem with it really. But one mod got overly sensitive and pruned it and was like, oh, this thing, you can't say that. And I was like, okay, maybe they weren't paying attention to what was being said on stream, but it was so on topic. It was fine. Like nothing, and that chatter didn't do anything wrong. And the chatter was like, huh? And the streamer didn't say anything to the mod. The streamer let it happen. And then sometime later, the mod was like, oh, this person was having a fucking attitude, blah, blah, blah. And the streamer like gave the context and said, oh, actually it's because of this, right? And the mod started arguing and said, you shouldn't talk about those things. You can't talk about these topics because then people will say this stuff in chat and then I have to mod it. And I was like, what are you fucking stupid? Do you have no fluidity to anything? Like, context exists and matters, you know? And I was like, why do you keep this mod on your team if they're like doing this, you know? Tell them no, and then they get in line with it. Yay. Or don't have them as a mod. Like, what? It was weird. And they were like bossing the streamer around, and the streamer friend of mine was like, okay. And I was like, no, not okay. What? I don't know. It was weird. Yeah, they were sassing the streamer. It was, I've seen that quite a bit. Yeah, they were like a Reddit mod straight up. And I was like, what is that? They're really combative too. I don't know. I also see some like, you can prune a message and have like a sassy remark or something. That's fine. But I've seen some mods and some teams like really go in on people sometimes. And I'm like, hey, they're not the streamer. They don't have to like type essays about this is okay because blah, 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 blah. You know, like just prune the thing and wipe your hands, you know, wipe your hands of it. You're good. You know, I don't know. I think I'm a little crazy sometimes. Do you have any staff at all? I do. I have a couple people. I think the only one that I'm keeping like employed and they don't really have to do a lot of other work is my head editor. But there are a lot of other people that I do pay for different things, but they, you know, I might not take 100% of their time, you know, but yeah, I do have people that are hired on as staff for different things, for sure. There's a lot of overhead. Otherwise there's a lot that we just couldn't get done, for sure. Some people just aren't good about putting their foot down when they should. Yeah, I think we were talking about like introversion and extroversion earlier. I think a lot of that is also like on the same scale, but there's also people who are and aren't confrontational. And a lot of streamers have a hard time with confrontation, a really hard time with it. They can't confront their communities about stuff. They can't confront their mods about stuff, and stuff just gets so out of hand. But I feel like if you're not good at that, you at least need your mod team to be one that you can talk to, because then they can be confrontational for you if you're not good at it. You know what I mean? Like, you could be like, hey, I'm really bad at this. Who on the team is good at handling this sort of thing? Can you do it? You know? But if you can't talk like that to your mods even, then like, you're not gonna have control of anything, dude. It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough. Oh, is she? Oh, shit, how's set 16 going? I heard, like, some people are getting it and some people are really not. It seems complex. It seems really complex. I've never been too much of a TFT player because if I let myself become one, like, I will never stop. But I watch here and there, and this set seems really, like, it's over and washed. No, is it that bad? Are you one of the ones who's, like, not, it's not clicking? No. No. It's rough, man. Do you get booted out of the boot camp if, I don't know the rules. I think they boot some of the bottom people each week, is it? There's like a time period where they do that, right? I don't know. I don't remember how the boot camp works. I don't know their rules. Strip into the boot camp. If you're in the bottom X in your bracket at the end of each day, you lose a life. Each person has 3 lives. But you're in the, like, the hardest bracket, dude. You're down a life. No. No, you gotta watch, go find someone who's, like, killing it and watch their streams and absorb whatever the fuck they're doing. You're in second hardest. Okay, okay. I saw some of the names in the different brackets because I was looking to see, like, where everyone I know is placed. And I looked at your bracket and I was like, oh, fuck. Because they're sweats. Even if they're not, like, the top ranked players, they're gonna really, like, boot camp up there, you know? It's a rough bracket. They boot the bottoms. Yeah. I feel like they should have placed you in a bracket lower. Looking at people's initial ranks. It's whatever. It's whatever. They gotta keep the numbers even. You know? That bracket smell crazy. It smell insane. It does. It's nutty. He is fucking, I think Hafu, is Hafu in your bracket? People that come from, like, card and strategy games streaming and stuff, you know? Yeah, like, they touch any of those games and they're gonna go insane. I don't know. That's just crazy. Dog is number 1 in it too? No! That's what I'm saying! They put, like, ultra sweaty people in that bracket. Well, I think you're, like, you know, in a lot of games you do get kind of sweaty, but I don't know about TFT. That's insane. That shit's crazy. I put Oshi in the bracket out of spite. That's fucked up, Bite. That's fucked up. Oh, were they all playing the PBE before? I forgot. It was in PBE for a while, right? This set? They have 100 plus games of practice on you. Oh, did they ask when they were doing placements? Did they ask if you were grinding the PBE or not? Was that a factor? I wonder. I don't know. I thought about doing it. I was like, you know, I really don't know TFT, but I think it'd be really funny to, like, to join and go bottom bracket. Go, like, noob bracket if there's a full noob one. They give some wiggle room on the app. Oh, okay. I guess they still, like... It's fucked up. I guess they still threw you in there. Also, I want to report, I posted that teaser on Twitter. This one on the bottom right here. This one. Banger reply. We got someone saying, this is Texas. Texas said, wait, creation of Adam reference? Are you creating a new group? That's good bait. I like that, Texas. That's good. Oh, that's good. I like that. Yeah, I'm looking for, like, top quality bait in the replies, guys. Top cream of the crop type stuff. Type shit. Can I edit it within the hour? Let me see. I can. I have the power. I'm gonna tag mouse because I forgot to do it the first time. Update. Click. There we go. Okay, there we go. Fixed. There we go. Okay, fixed it. It's been up for 53 minutes, so I still had 7 minutes to update. Oh shit. Yeah, planting those seeds. Yeah, I think you know what I realized? You know what I realized? You could put every dollar, every cent into a debut to make it really good. And you could put as much time as you want into something to make it like high quality, high effort. None of it matters unless you talk about it beforehand and talk about it after. Like, literally nothing matters. You could do the shittiest debut. You don't even do anything special. You just slap the outfit on and you don't even have any teaser images. But if you just keep talking about it before and after, people will be like, wow, that thing happened. It's 100% advertisement. And I've like known this for a while, but I think over time I've realized how strong that truth is in like, I thought it was like, it matters, but not, within reason. If it's still like well done, you have a lot of follow-up content, it'll be good. But no, you actually just, you could put a pile of shit on your stream and just hype it up and people be like, holy fuck, I'm gonna be there. You hate gassing things up too much? Me too, that's the thing. I have a hard time, like, I don't know if it's morally, I don't know what it is, but emotionally, I have a hard time like gassing something up if I feel like I didn't put like the top amount of effort into it, But not everything can be high effort, like time-wise, you just can't. But it's still like, it makes me like feel like I can't do that. But that's only at a detriment to myself, like I should do it anyway, because I see other people hype stuff that they prepped fucking nothing for sometimes, Like, sometimes people will do literally nothing special on stream. There's no new outfit, nothing. It's like a background, and they're like, we're moving to a new house. So they have like, this whole like week-long arc of promotion to get people to look at their new background. You know what I mean? So I'm like, man, I have a hard time hyping stuff if I feel like I didn't dump like 50 hours into prep, I need to get myself out of that mindset. I've tried over time. It's just tough. It's just tough. Embrace your inner billion-pound company to hype genuine slop. I know. That's the thing, is that's what they all do. Like, I'm not just talking about streamers. I mean, like, all companies. They all do it. So, I don't know. It's just hard. It's hard when you think very logically, because logically you're sitting there and being like, okay, but is it really that special? Is it really that crazy? So it's just, I don't know. I think we need to manufacture drama again. I think we need to make up some weird take for me to have, and then you guys post about it. Or maybe, you know what, someone could just like post about me having this cigarette on stream and be like, I can't believe she's influencing children. And then I'll be like, I'll say something and open the conversation, and then we'll talk about it incessantly for 2 weeks of whether or not like smoking on stream is a thing, and whether or not it counts because I'm a VTuber and I don't put it to my mouth. We'll do that for a solid week, and then it'll be crazy, and then everyone will show up to the debut. Right, guys? Guys, we got to manufacture something. It's not dramatic enough around here. We just talk about tourists on the sidewalk. Didn't that happen already? Yeah, it was Mouse. It was Mouse. I felt so bad. She took a PNG of a cigarette and attached it to her model's like hand. Or no, it was like a toothpick. It was like slapped on her cheek or something. And someone got really upset and was posting about it incessantly about the cigarette thing. And they were like, oh my God, she's doing something. It was her. That shit was dumb. There's a lot of stuff that was dumb. Oh, I didn't comment on it at all on Twitter because I was like so tired of it. I was so late to the party. I just saw like within the last 2 days, all people complaining about like Zen's outfit. I was like, what? I had to catch up. I didn't know what was going on. Apparently they were complaining like for a while. But I'm kind of detached from Twitter, and I didn't see it in my chat. I didn't see it anywhere else, so I had no idea, Oh my God. Oh my, I can't, man. I can't with people. And then Zen kept replying. Sent her a message. I was like, just just don't say anything. Every time she puts out a model. Oh, I know. This one I at least understood, like, the baseline of what people were talking about was a bad thing, I guess. It wasn't, like, real, but, you know, at least there was a baseline. The last time was people complaining that she changed her brand a little bit to be from Dragon's End to Cyber's End, and they were, like, crashing out. And I was like, I realistically don't think it's that many people, though. I think it's just a couple loud ones. Even with this situation. I think, when you're the streamer, and when you look at replies and comments, sometimes it will feel like, oh God, everybody's saying this. But if you actually sit down and count the number of people in the replies or the quote retweets complaining about a thing, sometimes it's like, you know, 200 out of your 500,000 followers. Not really, you know, drop in the bucket, you know, like, not really a big amount of people, you know. So, I don't know. Yeah, only about 6, 7. Yeah, so I look at that stuff and I'm like, if it were a big problem, you'd have, like, many thousands of people, you know, doing a thing. People don't know their military history. I don't think we need to bring up that part of the conversation. I think you can look at it very simply. Does this person have this intent? Has this person ever had this intent? The answer is no. Has this person ever promoted anything legitimately with any of that stuff? No. And it's a cut and dry. You're talking about a person who's so afraid of shit like that. You're talking about someone who, if their TTS slips up and says something that's not even that bad, goes, oh my God, I'm so sorry. It freaks out, you know? Like, you're talking about someone that's super sensitive to that shit, actually, which you can tell by, like, you know, the way they, like, immediately go in and have to reply and say things, you know? Because they're worried about hurting people. It's someone who's afraid to hurt people. So, you know, I think it's like end of conversation there, honestly. But, you know, I'd crash out too if I was being called that. Yeah, yeah, I get it. And then people were, mad about the crash out or something? I get that part. I still disagree. You could have just been like, hey, can we use a different word? Okay. That's it. End of story. I think I'm very tired of people not being willing to have normal conversations with people. Doing a Twitter call out instead of just... Here's the thing. If someone wanted to actually address someone, they should go talk to them. And if you don't have the ability to go talk to them, yes, you do. You can go in their chat. It might feel a little confrontational, which is why it's not worth your time a lot of time. But if someone said something and you were watching them, you could say a very reasonable message that wouldn't get removed by mods if you're reasonable about it. And you could say, like, hey, get what you're saying here. This word is a little something, right? That's it. Anything beyond that is cooked. Straight, cut and dry. I say it all the time. If someone has a big problem with something that I say, they can come to chat and ask for clarification. Did you mean this? Did you mean that? What's going on with this? You know, why did you have to say this thing? Whatever. And we can just talk about it. And I will talk about it. That's fine. You know? Unless I'm talking about it ad nauseum, then I might be like, hey, fuck off. But, like, that's because there are already videos about it or something, right? But generally, like, that's fine. We're streamers. We're so accessible. You know? We're so accessible. But people don't want to have conversations. The moment you see someone posting elsewhere about it, it's clear they didn't say this to get that person to see it. They're saying it so that they're seen talking about it. You know what I mean? They either want a soapbox to feel something, or they want to get noticed, or they want to... If it's not exactly that, then it's just them being unable to control their feelings and needing everyone else to know about their feelings, which is also a bad habit. You know, doesn't always make people necessarily evil or anything, but it's just a behavior that's like, you know, I ignore that shit, plain and simple. I just ignore people. This is not worth it. First time chatter here, not to be confrontational, but did you mean it when you said every tourist should go to hell? Yes, I did. I meant that. I said that and I meant that. You know what the drama of the day is that I don't care about? I woke up and I checked Twitter, And everyone was like, something, something, the streamer awards. And I'm like, oh yeah, the for fun awards ceremony that doesn't really matter, but it's just a fun thing. What about it? And I scroll, and people are fucking complaining about something that doesn't affect anything or anyone. And they're typing essays, dude. They're typing so much. They're typing so much, and I'm like, I can't even fathom. I can't even fathom wanting to spend more than 3 minutes on the topic. It's not that deep. You don't get it. This is all I have. That's the way they act, dude. It's you've seen it. You've seen it. It's a popularity award, and we know this, and it's said beforehand. You can only get in and nominated by having a large number of people try to nominate you. Then from there, it's a panel vote and a popularity vote mixed together. This is said beforehand and known, and people still act like, you know, like they complain. And then they go, it's just a popularity contest anyway, but they're still complaining. So I'm like, well, just stop talking, you know? Like, if you hate it that much, just like close Twitter. I don't know, man. I don't know, dude. I think it's fun. I think it's cute. And I think typically when people get nominated, they almost always all deserve to get nominated. I'm really tired of people complaining about Peanut too. That shit's annoying. That shit's annoying. Straight up. I get what people are mad about. Here's the thing. VTubers aren't articulating this. They're bringing up Peanut winning the VTuber award as like a problem. That's not what the problem is though, but they don't know how to articulate this. They're directing their anger or their like negative tweet toward that. Here's the thing. What they're actually mad about is that people in the non-VTuber sphere, in the quote-unquote normal streamer sphere, are typically really judgmental and mean toward VTubers. And they feel like him getting nominated and a lot of the attention that has gotten has drummed up more of that reaction. So a lot of VTubers feel like they're on the back foot and are just like actively being looked at with a lot of scorn already. When they didn't do anything, it's just like because that guy got nominated, right? And that's why they're like so defensive and angry and combative about some stuff. But they don't know how to boil their feelings down to that. So they're complaining about like other specifics and semantics that really don't matter. That's really what it is, okay? And no one, I don't think anyone really cares. I think he's funny. I think he is different from a standard VTuber because he uses different technology than most VTubers do. We all have typically pre-animated models, and it takes facial tracking on one side and the animations of the model on the other side and relates them to each other. He uses something that literally maps to his face. It turns when he does using a lot of like AR technology, which is different. It is different technology than VTubers tend to use. I personally don't think that matters though. I still consider him a VTuber. It's just a different type. I don't care. I don't give a fuck, okay? I don't give a fuck. So you could say the same about PNG tubers where the mouth moves based off of audio and it's not tracking to their mouth moving or anything. They're also using different tech from a standard VTuber. I still think they're VTubers. I don't think it cares. It matters and I don't care, right? It doesn't matter. It's just like another part of a large, vague description of VTuber, right? I don't give a fuck. You said not too sure about his fans though. That's the thing I do see people a lot just kind of complaining about. They like really, it was less about him, it was more about his community, but I want to say something. I don't blame him for any of that. It's not his fault, really. He was like a 1K at best on a good day kind of like Tarkov streamer, right? From what I saw. Like I looked back to see like, oh, where'd he come from? And it was that. And that was where he was. And then Arc Raiders came out, boom, 50K people watching him. Huge growth, insane. You cannot, over time you can, but you cannot within a short time, a couple months, control that number of people. So VTubers were seeing like the way his chat was reacting and they're like, oh, his community is being mean to women during the Women Award, which go to any of those chats. You'll see a lot of chats were being mean during the Sapphire Award, making a lot of like, some were jokes, some were like definitely not, right? Same thing with the VTuber jokes and all that. Like VTubers are seeing this and they're upset. But when you go from like, you know, 2K to suddenly 50K, those people aren't your core community. It's just so many random people that this guy has no control over. You know? And it's Arc Raiders numbers, not peanut numbers, right? Like, not all of them are necessarily like his core community, big fans of just him, the guy. They're kind of coming in from Arc Raiders. And maybe he'll keep them later. Maybe over time that'll stay, maybe it won't, I don't know. But I wouldn't call them like his core community and then be like, oh, his community is shit. Because some people that have only been there for a couple months that just watched him because of Arc Raiders and are like, this guy's kind of funny, are like complaining on Twitter back at you or something. I wouldn't say he owns them, you know? As like his fans like that. I wouldn't say that they represent him, you know? Like the context of him just kind of blowing up quickly is huge here. So I get what a lot of people are saying. They're like, oh, I don't like that his chat said this, but like, he hasn't had much time with them. He hasn't had much time for him and his mods and the rest of his core community to like really hone down the vibe. All right. It's like, it's crazy, you know, it's just crazy right now. And I'm not going to like be like, how dare this guy have people in his community that he can't control? How do you even, it's hard to moderate a chat that big. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy, man. I don't know. And then one of you was like, he doesn't like VTubers. He does a bit. He does a bit where he says, I'm a PTuber, because his whole character is that he's like literal, actual, a peanut. He's like, I'm not a VTuber. I'm actually a peanut streaming. It's a bit. And I don't think, now maybe he has, and I just haven't seen it. I don't think I've seen him personally be like saying something about hating VTubers or doing something crazy. I do think he has definitely people in his chat like saying weird shit about VTubers, but again, I don't think they're like his. You know what I mean? Like, I don't put him at fault for that. It's just tiring. It's tiring to watch people like say a lot of stuff that I just haven't seen. Like, I haven't seen anyone say on Twitter, oh, he thinks this about VTubers and it's terrible, and then provide a clip of him saying some crazy shit. I haven't seen it. Wasn't there a clip of him going around saying for his community to vote for him to piss off the other VTubers and the VTuber community? Yeah, but what is that? A little bit of toxicity during a... I don't think that's bad. Now, maybe you disagree with me. I don't give a fuck. It is funny. From his perspective, that shit's hilarious. From our perspective, yeah, a lot of VTubers can be like, what the fuck, man? But it's like, yeah, it's like banter. It's not that deep.
It has been pretty insane, you know? When seeing conversations online. I do hope Mousy and Chibi Doki are doing okay during this insane
They're going to be fine.
time.
It's people talking on Twitter.
As a community, we need to spread love, not indifference.
We don't need to do anything as a community. I think your message is nice. I'm going to say this, though. The VTuber community is no longer a community. It's a bunch of individual streamer communities, and people all have wildly different thoughts on what VTubing is, and a lot of VTubing is very vague. Yeah, Mouse and Chibi have been totally chill about it. Mouse has been like, yeah, I like Peanut. And people are like, how dare you like him? He's not 100% nice to every VTuber all the time. You know what I mean? I'm like, what? I don't know, dude. Everyone needs to calm down. He said I could turn around and spread some. That's right, chat. Yeah, I mean, you know what? You should all spread nothing, because no one's opinions really matter, dude. Just chill out, watch the streamers you like. If he said something heinous and you were like, I can't believe he said that, then I'd be like, okay, but like, whatever, you know? It's all good, man. And to anyone who does really care, any VTubers that are like really pressed about it, the reason that people on Twitter keep attacking you, the VTubers that are posting this stuff from like those types of communities or like from the normie sphere, whatever you want to call it, is because you keep posting shit like that. Okay? And then anytime normal people in the normal sphere see VTubers, they just see like, oh, I always see them crashing out about some shit that I don't know about. And that's their impression. You're giving them that impression, right? So I saw him getting nominated as like a nice moment where maybe more people can look at more VTubers and like them. But instead, those people from the non-VTubing sphere looked down and just saw like a ton of angry Twitter posts of people being like, he's not a real VTuber, and gatekeeping. That's all they saw. Even if the takes were valid or had something real in them, doesn't matter. That's what those people saw. So people made no progress is basically what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Like it's so counterintuitive. They're like, I want the community to be liked. And I'm like, okay, well, you gotta be real likable. You got to be likable, and you got to not like immediately gatekeep and alienate people and tell them they're stupid and tell them they're mean. You know, call out a community of people that is 50K CCV big and be like, you're all sexist, when plenty of them probably didn't say shit at all. You know, like, yes, there's some typing, but there are plenty just watching and not typing. They're going to be like, well, but I didn't do that. And now they're going to be mad at you. And now they're going to be like, those VTubers, you know? So, I don't know. People just got to be nice. Yeah, right. If you want to respect, get respect from people, you really have to farm it up. It's very, it's a slow process, and that's the other thing is, like, those people's attitudes and the way they're typing online, whatever, has nothing to do with me, but because I am a VTuber, and because they keep talking about, quote, the VTuber community, people are going to lump me in with them every time. That's the frustrating part for me, right? Like, even if so many of the streamers I do stuff with aren't VTubers, even if I'm like very in the middle of everything, I hang out with a lot of VTubers, I hang out with a lot of non-VTubers, I'm just like everywhere. Doesn't matter. People are going to see VTubers crashing out, and then people who don't know me but saw that, they might assume that I'm like that. Right? They're gonna be like, uh-oh, anime profile pic moment, right? So that shit's annoying. Every time I see it, I'm like, oh, okay, you're just like, yeah, they're affecting the perception. For sure. So, what can you do? What can you do, though? This is just the case with everything. You're saying you hate VTubers? Grr. Did you see I Just Love Puzzles win? Oh, I was so excited. I kind of thought people would vote for her because she's just a nice older lady. And whenever anyone sees that, they're like, I want her to win. You know, like I think if even people that didn't know her saw it and were like, I want this woman to have this. So I'm really glad she won. I'm glad she won. Actually, I think, you know, speaking of Peanut, I think he should have been nominated for like, what's the name of the one where you very quickly grow? Is it Rising Star? The one, I think Arthur won it last year. He was another one that was super deserving of that. I think, Breakout. Yeah, Breakout streamer. I think he should have been in there. Why was he not in there? Yeah, Rising Star was the smaller one. Breakout was the big one. Did Peanut win? Yeah, he did. Everyone was really mad at the Peanut. Here's the thing. Here's someone typing saying everyone. What do you mean by everyone? I'm not mad. Mouse wasn't mad. You're part of the problem. Don't say that. I don't type that. Everyone was really mad. No, they weren't. I was not. This chat wasn't mad. Maybe 3 of you. I don't know. This chat wasn't mad. Just kidding. You're trying to pretend. You're trying to pull it back. You're trying to claw it back after you type that. No. You should have said some people. That's the best. You should have said some people were mad. Never ever say everyone. Because then you always... Rah. A unit of people were disgruntled. Ooh, a unit of people is good. I like that. I think some people are just confused over the whole situation. They are. I think that's what it is. I think everyone's confused. I don't think a lot of people know what they're talking about on either side. Like no one's researched anyone else, right? And so many people like are lacking information, but they're still typing. And I'm like, hey man, if you don't have all the information, stop typing. That's the problem here. The core of this issue is that people who don't know what they're talking about are typing essays. People on Twitter, part of the VTubing watching or actual VTubing community, whatever they want to call it, are typing about Peanut. They don't know anything about Peanut. People on the side of they're a Peanut viewer are typing about VTubers. They don't know shit about VTubers. They should all just stop. I think they should just all stop. You know? No one cares. No one cares about your opinion, right? Go watch the streamers you like. It would be nice if your favorite streamer's in a category and you're like, I don't know who that is. Let me watch them, right? Maybe you watch Chibi and you're like, I don't know who Peanut is. Go watch a Peanut stream. Maybe you watch Peanut and you're like, I don't know who the fuck Kenji is. Go watch a Kenji stream. You know what I mean? That's it. Done. Done. If anyone has legit beef, it's Hololive fans with the production staff. Oh, I didn't see. I didn't actually watch the thing, guys. All I saw was people talking on Twitter. What'd they do? You know, I was mad. Last year, Bishoujo was nominated for group, you know, best group. And they used an old picture. They used an old picture of the group. And they had people in the picture that were no longer in the group. And they didn't have active current members in the group shot. And we were like, bro. Yeah, Faye was still in the group page. She wasn't even in the group. And we were like, oh. You couldn't be asked, huh? You couldn't be asked to find an updated photo. It's like literally on our website, front and center, you know? They use a picture of another streamer? Use the guy that does woodworking. Wait, I might know. Hold on. Wait, they did it when... Was it... Did they win? Who won the group award? Was it them? Oh, phase one? Okay, yeah, I kind of figured. I was trying hard to get not phase to win, because I really wanted any of the other groups to win. No offense, phase. I just wanted any other group to win. But they had a really big year, so it makes sense. He said, if I see someone get pissy about your comments about Peanut on Twitter, why would they get pissy? Oh, you mean YouTubers, me. He said, I'm jokingly gonna poke the bear and be like, GEEGA smokes on stream. Now my child started smoking, shaking my head. Yeah. We gotta... Let's see, okay, best music streamer was Max. Okay, that's good. I voted for Ari. I thought DDG would have won it, actually. Creative was Emmy. Not surprised. Roleplay streamer was Phantom. It should have been Legends of Evantris. I'm gonna be real. I don't think Phantom's like the worst role player, but I've watched some of his streams. You know, as someone who knows a lot of role players, a lot of it's just like standard stream content, not really heavy roleplay content. I think Legends of Evantris was really like the one. But he does have the biggest community, yeah, and if you have a lot of people voting for you, that's just what happens. I think just being nominated is a huge honor, so it's just good to see names on there. MOBA streamers Casual, 100% deserved. Brand partner was Red Bull. Honestly, I think that's a good one. I voted for GamerSups, but I think Red Bull has been huge over all of these other companies on this list. The other brands, they had Cash App and AT&T on there as well. Red Bull has been sponsoring streamer events, but not just sponsoring, not just throwing money at them and being like, here you go. They've been making the events because that's part of Red Bull's thing anyway. Like, obviously they have a product, but Red Bull has been huge on all the Red Bull challenges, and they like build huge arenas and go for like sports records and whatever. So they kind of already have that infrastructure. So they've been then applying that and like letting streamers make events with them. Stuff that streamers want to do that they couldn't really do on their own, but Red Bull's like, we have the infrastructure, you know, let us do it. I think they've been doing a great job with that, so that's like hugely deserved. I was just hoping it would be either GamerSups or Red Bull. But yeah, no, as a company, there's so much more than just a drink. Like, they do all of the like athletic stuff that they do is insane. Yeah, Hidden Gem was I Just Love Puzzles, so deserved. Battle Royale streamer was Clicks. Clicks got okay. Good. Fighting game streamer. Oh, Lily won. Really? I was hoping SK would win, but SK plays a lot of other stuff. Lily's been really dedicated. She also has the bigger community, I think, so it makes sense. MMO streamer was Soda. Yeah. Although I did think Peekaboo was funny as fuck, but I've only seen that one clip of him, so I don't know if he's like always like that. I don't know if he's always like that, but that one clip that I showed you guys was funny as fuck, okay? So I was like, there was a small part of me that was hoping Peekaboo would win it, but again, I don't know shit about him. Is he always funny? Is he? I just don't know him. Like, but I had seen that one clip and I loved it, so. There's part of me that's like, maybe I don't know him, but that one clip got me. Aggie won speedrun. Oh, I was hoping. He's on this list, like, constantly but he's always the bridesmaid, never the bride, you know? I'm glad. Sports streamer was Flight. Okay. Okay, I'm pretty sure I voted for Flight. Good. He's been around for a bit. Minecraft streamer was Tubbo. Super deserved. He's been running a lot of events. Like a lot of events that brings that community together, which has been huge. The mid-offs were so fun to watch. I was never like into them, and then I just saw like they were already ongoing. But I think that kind of stuff, like I've just been getting really into watching it, like a lot of competitive little Minecraft moments. And I think Tubbo's been huge with all of that, so that's good. I think Kuriwe would have also been a really good one, because he's been co-hosting a lot of that. But Marvel Rivals streamer Flats, you know. I didn't really know Big Puffer, but then he was on my team for Block Wars, and I regretted not going back and changing my vote, but I think I didn't have time to. I'm not sure. Maybe I did. But, you know, now that I know Big Puffer, fuck all y'all. Big Puffer should have won. FPS streamer? Oh, Peanut got that. I think this is deserved because he was in Tarkov for so long before this. You know, I know Ark is like his current thing, but that's always been his thing, so it's deserved. Strategy game streamer was Jinxie. Really? You know what? He has gotten really into shit recently, so you know what? Hell yeah. It's kind of like when Tyler won, when Tyler got into chess. Remember that? He's been playing Clash Royale. He's been playing nothing but Clash. Guys, okay, I don't care if you agree or disagree. I'm just going to give you my opinion. I think Clash Royale is a beautifully designed strategy game. Yes, it's lightweight because it's mobile. Yes, it's kept simple. Hey! Don't you... Wolfie tried to interrupt my speech. I see you. I see what you're trying to do. Anyway, I think Clash Royale is a beautifully designed game. Do I agree that the pay-to-win part is shit? Yes. If you take that out of it, the game is beautifully done. I think it's a shame that it's like so heavily pay-to-win. I played it early on when it was not so heavily like that. And it was just, I was just astounded that it was done so well. I think the company, I think Supercell makes like really tight games. They make really well-designed games. I just wish that, you know, they've already made their money by making so many of their games pay to win. Please release something that is that well made that isn't pay to win. You'd have a great game. Please, Supercell, please. But, you know, they're never going to do it because they could just make more money. Best game mode is the draft game mode where each player's cards of equal level. Yeah. If you play anything within their games, because they always have like modes here and there that aren't pay to win like that. If you play those, you'll realize this game's really good. This game's really, really, really well made. It's just the pay to win part kills it, man. Kills it. It kills it. But their ability to make the game baseline good without the pay to win part, really good. Anyway, I really liked playing that game. Best reality streamer was Ray. You know, I think he's been doing a great job, but I've also seen so many clips of him saying like some fuck ass shit, weird comments or things that I think are like just not cool. You know, I've just been seeing some shit. Now, sometimes I think he's doing a bit, so some of those clips, I'm like, you know, whatever. I take him with a grain of salt. Like some to me, I'm like, this guy's clearly doing a bit, and it's a joke. Other times, I've seen some clips where I don't think, again, I don't know him that well, so I could be wrong, but I don't think it's all a bit. So sometimes I'm like, I don't know, but I don't know much about him. I just see some clips, you know. Hard to judge. You could say the same about some other people that, you know, some of them get portrayed really poorly, but then I like know them or meet them and I'm like, hey, this person's actually not that bad. You know, a couple things taken out of context, whatever. In this guy's case, some of these I don't think you could add any context for me to see some of these clips and be like, yeah, that's cool, you know. So I don't know. I don't know about that. But again, I don't know him well, and I'm not going to say he's evil or some shit. It could be... Yeah, some people do play a character, too. Sometimes the character is to appear like a piece of shit because they just want money. Sometimes it is truly just a character, and it's not just for money. It's like, that's just the character, you know? It's hard to tell if you don't know the person, so... You know, I'll say my thought, but I'll be very clear that this is formed off of some clips, you know? So I don't really know. Best IRL streamer was Speed. Thank you. Agreed. Deserved. He's been getting better. He's still not perfect, but he's pretty good compared to a lot of other folks now, especially. He said I was afraid for a second. I had to look up. I thought they were talking about Ray Narvis. No. Twitch.tv/Ray is an angel, all right? He's an angel. Some of the stuff Ray Narvis says, man. No, he's like one of the nicest guys. Best vertical streamer. I really didn't know any of these. So I got no comments. Stream game of the year was Peak. Not unsurprised. Part of me wishes it was Schedule 1. I think Schedule 1 had more room for people to like role play in it, you know what I mean? But Peak was just great. Peak was great. Content org was FaZe. Yeah, I kind of wanted it to be. I think I wanted it to be AMP, but I like wanted it to be Hololive. But I voted for AMP because I thought it was going to be between AMP and FaZe, and I was like, not FaZe, please, you know. So I didn't want to be one of those like vote splitters, you know. So I was hoping AMP would take it. I don't know. AMP has some people in it that kind of, sometimes they say things and I'm like, what? But most of them I think have been pretty chill. FaZe, I don't know. I'm telling you, again, this is like a clip opinion. This opinion formed off of not watching a lot of their streams. But I click in here and there, see what people are up to, and, you know, I've seen a lot of things I don't like. Not just like, not for me stuff, but more like, I don't think people should see that or hear that kind of stuff, you know? So I was hoping it wouldn't be them, as whatever. I'm sure they're not all bad. Best international streamer was Tota. I was hoping it'd be Squeezy. Thing is, I don't know a lot about Squeezy, but I saw the F4 event, dude.
As an honorable mention, the Peak devs gave credit to streamers like Chibi and Ray Narves for having the best clip of the game by far in 2025.
Cute. Yeah, Chibi played a lot of it. Squeezy putting on F1 was absurd. Dude. It was insane. Did you see? Okay, no, sorry. I'm not going to derail to start talking about Formula 1. Lando, though? Does anyone keep up? Brother. Lando Norris. He beat Max. Lando is now the king, dude. Gotta love when someone wins by points. I know. I know. The memes have been so funny. W McLaren. I don't know if I like Team McLaren, but I always like their cars. The problem is, I think, okay, in case there's like one billionaire in chat, don't buy a McLaren. You're just gonna have to fix it every 3 seconds. They're like tin lunch boxes. You know, you drive it and then like screws are falling off all the way down the road. Don't do it. But the original thing that they make before it falls apart, amazing. I got to test drive one once because I have a friend who works at a track, and occasionally they get like something insane, and I can occasionally take it for a spin. And I got to ride in a P1, dude. Oh, it drove like crazy. It drove like insanely well. It was nutty. It was nutty. It was very brief, but you know, I was like, I just want to touch the car. But I got to actually drive it a little bit. It was cool. Max did all he could do to win that championship. Not quite enough. I know. McLaren's push the components too hard. They do, but they also assume you have the money to replace them. So it's like, you know, I guess. Anyway. Stream duo was Agent and Emily. Why not Sea Dog and Iron Mouse? Understandable. They did a lot this year. They did a lot that was very headlining, like it was everywhere. I think Connor Mouse did so much together, so many events too. I mean, they do a lot of streams that are like literally just hang out while one plays whatever game, right? They do a lot of stuff like that, but they also do a ton of events, so it would have been nice to see it. At the same time, look at who they're up against. The size of the community is huge, you know? So, I get it. I don't think it's a bad pick. A stream collab was Kai and LeBron. Yes! Kai and LeBron. Actually, I don't think this collab was like that crazy. I think it was like crazy to see that it was LeBron. But I don't think much crazy shit happened compared to some of the stuff that Max and Fred did. And then, yeah, no, I think that was the one really for me. Like, it was, now this is opinion because I just like music. Okay, I just like music, so this is my opinion, but I think the stuff that Max and Fred did together was, like, insanely cool. But when you bring LeBron James onto your stream, like, it doesn't matter what you do, you know what I mean? Like, you got LeBron James, and you know that's the GOAT. You know that's the GOAT. I love LeBron, so it's like, all right. Yeah, I'm not that great, but I'm pretty good. They call me LeBron's James. Best marathon stream was Mafiathon 3. What do you mean it wasn't Speed Does America? What do you mean? They did a good job on the Mafiathon. I always say it. Kai put so much overhead and so much fucking effort into making his events into like a TV show. I think he did an amazing job. However, I think Speed did more. I just think Speed did more, which is crazy because Kai did so much. He did do so much, but I think Speed's concept and his execution was so insane, to just a crazy degree, a crazy level. I wanted him to win that, but I don't think Kai is undeserving for the Mafiathon 3. You know what I mean? Like, they were both really good. They're both really, really good. He collabed with Tom Brady, the actual GOAT. Love Speed's China trip. Yeah. He did his Asia tour before the America one, which I thought was really cool. That's actually why I started like recently checking in on what he was doing. I saw clips of him in China and him just trying to like learn about it and stuff. And I started watching and I was like, oh, that's cool. And then I saw that he was doing the America thing. And I didn't watch like everything, but I watched little bits of some parts because I wanted to see like, oh, he went to this thing, to this place. What did he do here? There were certain spots he went to that I was interested in. So I watched those chunks and it was good. It was pretty good. It was pretty good. And I liked it. And I like, he's essentially promoting streaming to all these like normal people, which I think is needed because streaming is still really small. It's tiny compared to standard TV and the standard celebrity sphere and all that. It's tiny. So him promoting and people are like, who are you? And he's like, oh, I'm a streamer. And then going out there and doing that is really nice to see. So I like that. I don't love all IRL streaming, but I do like that it at least promotes streaming. Best streamed event was Streamer University. Really? Over GP Explorer 3 and over Bingo Brawlers? I don't expect people to know what Bingo Brawlers is when looking at this lineup. I was confused at first, then I looked it up and I was like, oh, it's this thing. Bingo Brawlers was crazy. Crazy. I think GP Explorer 3 should have won. Straight up, nothing on this list holds a candle. Nothing on this list holds a candle to what Squeezy did. And that doesn't mean that these other things were bad at all. Streamer Games was cool. Streamer Prom, I think it was a cool concept. I watched it and I was like, it's not for me. But that's okay. It wasn't bad. Bingo Brawlers was, like I said, it was the essence of what streamer events are, in that it was an event that let people just remote in. Whereas all these other events, you had to go somewhere. It's no different than regular TV, right? You get people on set for a thing. Bingo Brawlers was truly like a streamer accessible event, you know? So I thought that was like, for me, made me want that one to win, but GP Explorer 3 went insane. I wish that one won. Best stream series in the booth. I wanted it to be Fortnite Friday. I wanted Fortnite Friday to win. I think in the booth is still good though. I think in the booth is really good. I don't always love all the music they make. Sometimes they like People got to be honest with other people when a track sucks. Sometimes I see someone like starting to put a beat down and they start mixing something a little bit and they're like, what about this? And I see someone go, ooh, that's nice. And I'm like, don't lie to them, you know? Sometimes I watch these music streams and I'm like, you're lying. You know, outside of that, in the booth is really good. But that part always makes me laugh. Sometimes someone like lays something out and sounds great, sounds really good. You know, like the chat's like, this shit fire. You know, I'm like, no, it's not. Other times it actually is good though. So I think in the booth is really cool. That being said, Fortnite Friday is the one. Making CBAT 2 and they're hyping it up straight up. Sometimes they lay some shit down that is just some fuck ass beat. And I'm like, I don't even know where we are, who we are. You know, because this shit is putting me on another planet. And chat will be like, that's just fire. Best VTuber. Yeah, and then Peanut won it. I'm not mad at this, guys. I'm not mad at this. Hey! I know what you're trying to do, Wolfie. You're trying to get me to feed you. Look, everyone on the best VTuber list deserved it. They all did. They all did for different reasons. This lineup here is actually insane. If you know all 5 of these people on this list, if you know all 5, every single one of them has something about them or that they've done that puts them into that insane category that makes them deserving. So, and for very different reasons. Yeah, Peanut's like more in the normie sphere, whatever. And yeah, he uses like something that uses AR technology rather than whatever. Still deserved it. Kenji, I talked about Kenji. He's been so separate. People always talk about quote unquote the VTuber community. He's been so separate doing his own thing for so long. Bro has like multiple channels that do insanely well. He's got his own community that he just built up on his own little island, which is impossibly hard to do as any type of streamer or YouTuber nowadays. Insanely hard to do. And he did that shit. A very determined person. You know what I mean? Like all these different people on this list have something about them that's really good. So, I don't know. I'm not mad at any of them winning. You know? You'll have to check out Peanut Butter. I want to say something. I saw people being like, he doesn't even VTube. He's just an AR Peanut. Guys, he has so many different scenes that he's set up to immerse you in whatever little stupid bit he's doing, and I don't see a lot of VTubers doing that. I don't even do that shit half the time. I only do it for special events, okay? This guy presses a button and he's in a hot tub, okay, with like a little drink next to him and a new hat on his model, and the whole vibe is he's on the beach and he acts like it. He actually acts like he's in the space that he visually is in on screen, okay? Yeah, he's Peanut Sushi Dragon, right. He does stuff like that. So when people are like, oh, but his model's something, okay, but he puts in the effort to immerse you, like, oh, now it's like game day and I'm at the, like, you know, the NFL strategy desk or whatever, and he has like that type of scene set up. It's just stupid little bits, but he actually puts that immersive effort in. So I don't want to hear anybody talking. They're like, but an animator made my model. Okay, what do you do with it though? Like he does great stuff, so I don't care. I don't care, man. I think he deserved it. I think he actually tries, you know? I think he tries. No, he's actually a Peanut. Okay, true. Best variety streamer was Queso. My goat. I said it. I was like, for me, voting between Queso, Vinny, and Squeaks is very hard. Okay, very hard. You're sad Pookie didn't win. No, we love Case. Also, Case is now a co-owner of Cheeky Soap, of which I was one of the absolute very first, and by one of I mean is literally me and Mike at the same time, the first people sponsored by Cheeky Soap. And that was before he was there. It was just Charlie. Just saying. He's part of the household now, okay, is what I'm saying. He's part of the household. Best just chatting went to Kai. Guys, I don't think he's undeserving, but he was up against Joe Bart here. My goat of just chatting, okay? My absolute goat of just chatting. I learned who he was because of Block Wars. I didn't know him before that, but he just shows up and does Block Wars. And I always have this, like, I like joke that I hate Joe Bart because he always kills me in spleef. But I started watching him bit by bit here. He does so much. I'm just gonna say, he just does so much. He puts so much effort in. His shit feels like a TV show more. It feels more, I wouldn't say ultra like sanitized professional corporate or anything like that, but I feel like he puts a lot of effort in to make his stream feel like a show, you know? But still feeling casual. I don't know how he does it. He hits it like perfectly down the middle, and he's great. I think he does a good job. I think a lot of other people on this list, nothing wrong with them, but they just kind of hang out in a room, you know? I don't think there's anything wrong with that because the category is just chatting though. But then when I look at them and then I look at Joe Bart, I'm like, that guy's really doing it though. I think he's also very funny. I think his clip that we watched for this, his little nomination clip, was really good. Rising Star was Marlon. I wanted it to be Katie. I don't know enough about Marlon to comment here. Best breakout streamer was Adapt. This makes sense. But Vanilla Mace pooped on her carpet. Okay? She pooped on the carpet for content, for her clip, and I think that should be recognized. So, you know, I just want to say, Vanilla, I see you. Okay? And I respect what you did. The cock carpet. Yeah, man. League of Their Own, Maya. I think that's super deserved. She just does so much. Streamer's Choice Award was Jason. This was voted by streamers of the show themselves. Oh, it's that one. Okay, yeah, it was Jason. That's an okay choice. I don't know. Sometimes he says shit, and I'm like, what the fuck are you saying? Other times he does shit that I think is funny as fuck. You remember his stream with Mouse? I don't know if you watched it, but they went on Roblox and played that singing game. That shit was funny as fuck. I don't really know much about him outside of that. a lot of what I have clicked into and then clicked off of was just like him sitting with a girl content. You know, yeah, I talked about this last time when we talked about nominations, right? Where there's some people where a lot of their content is them just sitting around with some girl, or vice versa, a girl sitting around with some guy, and like the entertaining value is like, ooh, do they like each other? And they're just doing shit together. Like they're just making content, but like you could tell the reason people are invested in this and sitting there is because they're like, ooh, you know, I can't stand it. It's not for me. I'm sorry. So for me, that kind of stuff, I'm just like, ugh. Doesn't mean I think he's bad though. Legacy Award went to Double Lift. Ooh. Yeah. That's good. I agree. My Twitch time for the longest time, like many other people, years ago, was heavily spent in the League community. I played a lot of League, and I watched a lot of League streamers, and I was just there. And I watched so much esports. I watched like every scrim, every match. That was just my entertainment. And I loved that shit. And yeah, I used to watch Double Lift a lot. I did a fuck ton. Because I played the same champions and I wanted to absorb. I played ADC a lot and I wanted to absorb it through the screen, you know? I think it's super deserved. Sapphire Award was to Cinna. Okay, once again, Vanilla pooped on her carpet for this. So, you know. Just saying. Again, I see you. Okay? I see you. Gamer of the Year was Queso. Ooh. Interesting because it says showcases exceptional gaming skill. I would have picked other people. I don't think he's bad at games, but like, he's next to Summit, you know what I mean? But then it says, and entertainment across multiple titles. That's Case. 100%. 100% the GOAT. I think someone who mixes both, though, I actually thought OniPixel was like most fitting in the category, like funny and really good at the game. I think Peanut's pretty good too. But OniPixel has some like insane clips. But I think I think Case still deserves it the most, man. I think him just being so heavily variety helps. Streamer of the Year was Speed. Ooh, yes. So deserved. I'm glad he got it. because, you know, I'm sad that, like, his content didn't get it necessarily. Like, he didn't get it for the other category. But, yeah, it's so deserved, dude. He did so much shit. He just, like, I can't even describe it. He just did so much shit, man. Okay, not bad, not bad. I don't think anything on here is, like, confusing. I think all the nominations all kind of made sense.
You gotta watch when Speed was at the Royal Rumble. He got absolutely crushed by Braun. He definitely took it like a champ.
Yeah, yeah. No, his attitude's been overall, like, good. He still does some, like, he has some dickhead moments, but it's more like, this appears to me for content dickhead rather than, like, when he was younger, where I was like, what the fuck are you doing? You know? I used to not like him straight up. If I saw clips of him years ago, I'd be like, oh, it's that guy. You know what I mean? Because I just only saw clips of, like, shit, you know? But nowadays, I feel very differently, very differently. Yeah, I think his attitude's good at this point. I think the only one where I'm like, oof, is content org. Realistically, I think it should have been Hollow, but I think people voting here don't have the context. They don't even really, like, know what Hololive is other than VTubers. But out of all these companies, I mean, I would say they're less you know what? Argument here, maybe counter argument to myself. They are less of a content org, more of a brand, right? Where all of the other three on here, their main thing is making content as a group. For Hollow, it's more making the characters into a brand, right? It's more about let's sell merch, right? It's like, yeah, it's an ecosystem for sure. That being said, I still think they've done insanely good events, all the concerts, stuff like that. They're also a part tech company. But I think, you know, content org isn't about that. It's literally description says the ones that produce the best content during the year. You know? So I get it because I think a lot of their time, they do so many collabs, but it's spent just pure streaming, not really doing, like, events. They do them, but then you look at, like, AMP and FaZe, and how many hours of their streams were them doing events? Like, it was mostly event-based, you know what I mean? So I get it. But I think if this were, like, best brand, you know what I mean? Like it included outside of content, best, like, everything, then I'd be like, there's no way anyone else could win. It would have to be Hollow. Like, just objectively. Obviously, fan vote changes things, but you know what I mean? I'd be like, objectively, then it would have to be Hollow. But it's not that. It's just content. So I feel like if you look at it through that lens, yeah, I still would have picked, like, AMP for that. Hololive has HoloFest, but that happens once in Blue Moon. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think they do really great events, but they're more spread out. And then when you compare it to the list, the other ones on the list have, like, just constant events, which is part of why they're growing and doing so well, is because, like, every week, every month, there's some sort of thing that their community's supposed to be hyped about, you know? Because they've got something going on. Oh, this member of the group is doing this event. Now this member of the group is doing this event. Now we're doing this group thing. Everyone in the group, everyone shows up to everyone's event, you know? It's very much like that, which is a different vibe, I think. It's a more pure, like, content org, you know? So it's interesting. The Twitch-centric event? Oh, for sure. I think if this event were not Twitch-centric and it were more platformed on YouTube as well, I think Hollow would stand a lot more of a chance in fan voting. Also, I think Speed would have won, like, all the stuff over, like, Mafiathon, like the event one, for example. I think Speed Does America would have won, as an example, because his shit was highly viewed on YouTube. But on YouTube, you know? So, like, I think that's a big factor for sure. But it doesn't matter. I mean, it's a Twitch streamer running this event, so. It makes sense to me. So I think we could wait a year or two when it comes to Hololive on Twitch. Well, didn't they just do their event? Where they... What's this on my finger? Oh. Didn't they just do their event? Where they were, like, coming over here? Is that in perpetuity? Are a lot of them gonna, like, stay streaming here? Have they commented? Or is it more of, like, they're trying it out? How many of them are dual streaming, really? Only a couple? Seems to be up on the streamer. Okay. If I recall correctly, it's an event type thing. Yeah, the way it looks to me, with limited info, the way it looks to me is like, it looks like they were all told they've got to try it. They've got to give it a shot. And then after that's just whatever, right? That's how it looks to me. Twitch probably threw a bunch of money at them to come over since losing VShojo. What do you mean losing VShojo? We're all still here. I've seen that narrative claimed. I've seen people say that, but that's crazy because we're literally all still here. Also, I don't mean this in a bad way, but no one in the normal sphere or in the corporate sphere cares about anyone who isn't Mouse. They never cared about VShojo, if I'm being honest. I'm going to be so real with you, so completely honest. And there are no negative feelings over this, just this is objectively true. No one in corporate at Twitch ever cared about VShojo beyond caring about Mouse being a big streamer. They barely knew any of us. They didn't give us special treatment. I had a direct line to talk to a representative that I had because I was a known streamer, not because I was in VShojo. I had this representative before I was in VShojo. And even then, like, they couldn't really do much for me. You know?
The world may never recover from losing VShojo. May he rest in peace.
Yeah, that guy Joe. I can't believe he's gone. Can't believe Joe's gone. No, but literally every streamer that streamed before still streams now from the group. We're all still here. So I've seen that narrative of people saying that. I don't think that's it. I think it's simply additive. I do think absolutely Twitch wanted to woo them over because they're like, this would be good for us. I don't think it had anything to do with our company dying, you know? Yeah, the only one who lost anything was us, you know? Rip my money, right? That's it. That's it, really. But yeah, Twitch didn't lose shit. We're still here. If anything, it brought publicity for a bit. So, as much as I hate that. 07 merch. Maybe. We'll see. I'm sure it was an important issue for Western VTuber fans, but overall Twitch wasn't a huge streamer group or company thing. It's just that this fan base is hyper aware of them. Yeah, you know, no one really cared. And I don't mean this in a bad way. I just really mean that. No one really cared. I think within our own fan community, they did. No one who wasn't like a big fan of one of us cared. There were people who were fans of like an individual member of the group who didn't give a fuck whether we were in our group or not. They truly didn't care. I would be like, oh, this other person's doing this event. Someone would be like, okay, and then would not click, would not watch. They're like, nope, just here for you. We all had that, you know? And then there were some people that absolutely would watch someone because they joined the group, but they were already a huge fan of one of us, you know? The group existing didn't change anything for Twitch, really, in my opinion. So, yeah, they didn't give a fuck. They didn't give a fuck, man. I think a lot of people in this bubble tend to, like, see this kind of stuff as a big deal, but on the bigger stage, it's not really, you know? Yeah, it's just VTuber stands kind of shaken. Obviously, like, for me, it was significant. For you guys who were here, who cared about the company or the group, at least, it was significant. But, I mean, you still see us doing a bunch of shit together. We're gonna collab again on Wednesday when I do my outfit debut. I'm gonna do the debut. We're gonna hang out. I'm gonna stream something normal, and then we're gonna do a collab with a bunch of us again. You know? I don't think everyone will be able to show up, but we're using the same group chat that was in the last repo thing that we did together. We're just using the same group chat, whatever, you know? So, back end's the same for us, really. Know what I mean? But, I said that most people outside the individual spheres cared about making drama videos. Yeah. Yeah, most of my friends that don't really know much about VTubers, when the company collapsed, a couple of them messaged and were like, hey, I saw something happen with your company, ? Are you good? Because they didn't even know what any of this meant. And I was like, yeah, I'll be all right. And they were like, okay. That was it, you know? Like, they didn't even know shit about it. A lot of them, someone would be like, oh, she's a member of this group. They'd be like, what's that? Right? The same way a lot of you last year when Streamer Awards happened, I'd be like, oh, AMP. You were like, what's that? You know? Same shit. You guys were in your own bubble. They're in their own bubble. It's just how it is. That's sweet of them. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people did check in, especially ones outside of the VTubing community. I gotta say, people within the community, quote unquote, people who are VTubers, a lot of them did not message me. I think they were afraid to touch it. My very close friends obviously did. But a lot of people that didn't know me super well, I think could tell. I don't think that's a bad thing. I'm not saying that's negative. I think they could tell it was like a sticky situation. And I think a lot of them were just like, I'm not gonna touch that. So they just commented on Twitter at most and were just like, that's crazy. Or said something on stream and went, that's crazy. And then, you know, there were some tea goblins here and there, but, you know, didn't really get much, so it's whatever. We were all just kind of like, I can't say anything anymore, you know. Pluto in a strange manner was like a bubble popping. Yeah, from your perspective, it must have been crazy, right? I guess for you guys, it was just like, by the way, and then like 2 days later, I don't know. Kind of crazy. I don't know. For me, it was I've commented before, but even before I joined, I was like, their model isn't sustainable. Which I thought was normal because esports has always done this, and those teams are mostly still around. They just, you know, they just end up on a skeleton crew later, right? They have to downsize so they become manageable financially. And I saw that, you know, company was on the same model. So I was like, ooh, eventually, you know, I joined wanting it to be a forever thing, but knowing like it could be, but not in this form for sure. And then over time, I was like, oh yeah, it's definitely gonna head that way. Not like, oh, it's already that way. That part wasn't apparent to me, but I was like, oh yeah, it's going there. So I was kind of like thinking about it a lot and planning and being like, here are the different routes that could, you know, be taken if, for example, there's no more money or this or that, you know, and trying to just like think about that stuff. And then, you know, I left for the reasons that I left, which was just simply like not good here. Like, I don't like how things are done. And then later found out like, oh, the money had been gone for a while. Okay, news to me, right? But it was like, I think the timing was unexpected, but the concept was expected, right? Not the way it happened, not the oops, we spent all your money thing. That was definitely like, what the fuck? Because you just think morally that wouldn't happen, but like knowing that they ran out of their own money at least was not surprising to me, because I just, like, anyone could tell that that was going to happen eventually, right? How do you make money? You know, like when you're just like, yeah, I take a little merch, a little sponsor here and there, like, okay, you know. So I don't think that was surprising. So for me, I guess that's maybe for me why it was less surprising that at some point that happened. I don't know how much you guys expected that to go that route. Like, did you? Not in the way it happened with the, you know, the charity thing and like them not paying people. I don't mean that. But like, were you expecting it to eventually just like financially run out? Knowing whatever little bits you know? Not that fast. Some no, some yeah. Slowly, just not all at once. Yeah, that's where I was. That's where I was. Yes, but I thought they might have another 1-2-ish years in them. That's exactly what my mindset was. Because I had like vague vibe ideas of actual numbers. I didn't have anything solid, but if you just did like the simple math based off of what I did know, I was estimating probably another year or two before like they ran out of their own dollars, right? Putting our dollars aside. So I was like, ooh, they're gonna have to like majorly downsize within, you know, 26, 27. That's what I was thinking. But then yeah, all the other stuff kind of got dropped on us later, and I was like, oh. But yeah, I don't know, it was like less surprising that something would happen eventually to have to majorly shift, because I really thought with what I knew or thought I knew about the finances, I thought it was like, you know, 6, 7 years left, or, you know, total or something like that. You know? They could have pulled it off with that model, but they would have to be very disciplined, smart with how they invest in turnover profit. Yeah, I mean, I'll be so real. I made the point internally several times, like, hey, if you want to make enough money to make your money back and then, you know, actually be profiting beyond the investment, you're going to have to own our IPs and take like big percentages of what we make, you know? And you're going to have to be one of those corpos that has that style of model. It's the only way to make it work. You know, you're also going to have to invest in a lot of different areas to get like our names and brands out there more. You don't really do a lot of that right now, you know? And they were like, yeah, but our cool brand is that we don't do that. You know, the whole like taking all of our money thing. And I was like, yeah, that's great. But then, you know, flip it and reverse it in the end. What happened, you know? Right. So it's how it goes. It's how it goes. I still think, you know, a lot of people got very, corpo bad after that. I still think it can work if you just had a team of 3 really dedicated, really knowledgeable people to do management and run content and all that. They have to be people that are like former streamers or YouTubers that are like properly content brained, genuinely. I still think it's all really possible to run on that kind of model where you don't take a lot of people's money percentage wise, but I don't know that it's worth it. But it's possible, I think. 1 content brain, 1 management brain, 1 logistics brain. Yeah, pretty much. Which I think was their intent in the beginning, but got bloated. It just got bloated, you know. Mata's definitely in the Stay Indie Forever group now, but I can't blame her for that. Yeah, I think for me, I'm in that camp, but I want to do on my own, self-managed. I want to do group stuff with people. It just doesn't have to be like, you know, we're legally tied together as a group. It doesn't have to be we're in a content org together. I want it to be I'm running this thing and I'm inviting you to it because I always invite you. Hey, I'm doing this outfit. If anyone else wants to do this style of outfit and do merch together, let's do it. Just like individual project based, you know, but without putting a brand name on all of us and tying us all, making it seem like we have to have, you know, all of that. So, you know, makes me wonder how FaZe handles it. I want to tell you something, but like, Sakana called me at one point a while back to ask questions about business stuff. And we talked for a while, and I was like, I felt bad because I was basically telling him how cooked everything is. And I was like, hey, by the way, none of this stuff works out in this way, and none of that works out in that way. we were just talking shop, like, you know, sharing knowledge, not really like doing anything crazy, but it was funny. I felt bad because I don't like being the bearer of bad news, you know. But I was like, oh yeah, this thing, here's why this works and why this doesn't work or whatever. But yeah. I don't know. I basically was, I don't want to tell you everything I told him, but I was just like, hey, don't get into this thing, don't get into that thing, maybe try this, etc. Because some of it is just, you see other people doing it, it looks like it's working out for them, but it's actually not on the back. And when you talk to people about how their different ventures are doing, a lot of their ventures are not doing well. They're just losing money on it or whatever. And then there are other people where they're doing something on the side that you barely even know about, and it's actually working really well for them. You know, any interesting bits from the combo you can share? No. I've shared everything I want to share. Stuff is always cool from a viewer perspective. That's why I like talking about it, because I feel like a lot of people don't say anything, so I like mentioning that stuff. You know. Listen, they struggled in the first, I don't know their history. They struggled in the first couple of years, almost collapsed. Talents were miserable. Had to sit him down and tell him to make this work. Oh, I would have fired him. See, that's the difference. I wouldn't have, and that's just me. I'm not saying he should have been necessarily. I just don't have the patience. So I would have been like, bye. I don't have it in me. I think that's good. I think that's nice. Some people do have that ability where you can just talk it out and like make it work. Get someone to do a thing. I think I've experienced so many times in the past, like even before VTubing even, someone who's not making things work, sitting them down, telling them how to do it, or this is what I want, or just talking. Sometimes they don't know your intent, right? Talking it out and it's still not working. Because I personally feel like most people are not capable of change. That's just me. But doesn't mean it's impossible. It can still happen. When you experience it enough times, eventually you're like, yeah, I'm never going to try ever again. You know? Any favorite public knowledge examples of quote unquote quiet things that are actually really valuable for people? I don't know what you mean by that. No. Well, if you want secrets, you're not getting them because they're secrets. Anything that I think is truly extremely valuable knowledge, I don't tell anyone. I don't. Because the things that fall under that category are typically things that you still can't execute unless you're in a certain situation. So it's not like secret knowledge that you could have just done well on because you knew about it. It's still like stuff that's situational or not accessible or whatever. You know what I mean? I don't know how to describe it. Stuff that doesn't matter if you know, basically. Deru, hello. Hello. We're talking shop. Welcome, Raiders. I'm just chatting, as you can see. People are asking questions. I was talking about business or whatever. Business or whatever. But I hope stream was good. I was just taking questions. Oh, I see what you mean. You said you had some folks say they have quiet things, quote unquote, that they do that people don't realize are doing really well. Thought you meant public projects and such. Yeah, no, not always public projects. I mean, some people have side ventures that are doing really well. Some people do. One that's like publicly known, very, very obviously publicly known, is like Gamer Subs, for example, is a drink company. They've got V-Card. Is that a separate company doing its own thing? Absolutely, yes. It's not the same company, but it's so hugely tied, like it's a lot of the same people, etc., etc. And it was born from them, right? And what does this drink company have anything to do with like this fucking, card game? Obviously, it's like, two totally separate categories. But they just ventured into it. They just said, you know what? We've got a lot of VTubers signed, and this could be a great, project to do because we have a bunch of VTubers on the roster, and boom. So they did it. And that's, a really, really, really interesting kind of concept, right? Is that sort of like side venture. So it's great. Thank you for gifting 12 months of a sub to Ateru. Huge! Thank you. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Could Shiki be considered that for Charlie? Yeah, it's a less quiet one. He talks about Shiki here and there. But yeah, Charlie has a soap company. Right? Like, he has a soap company, and the company does pretty well. It does pretty well. I think for their first, year or two, obviously I'm not going to give you numbers, but I did talk to the head guy, and I was like, how's it doing? And I've been helping him in just giving talks about how to do this shit, and which I don't think he needs, but giving a lot of advice on different markets that he may not know as much about, and we were just talking about it, and we were talking about how the company's doing whatever, and it's doing great. They're doing a great job. They're running it really well, really properly, it's nice. And yeah, it's just like a random soap thing owned by Charlie, and now also Case is in it as well. But he didn't really do it for the money, it just kind of, hi Wolfie, it just kind of runs on the side. Sorry if my tracking is funny because Wolfie's in front of my face. because he can't stop being annoying today, right, Wolfie? He's directly in front of the monitor. But yeah, I think basically streaming, unless you're like the top, I don't know, the top 200 streamers, you're probably not making enough to like coast once your streaming career's done in 10 years, you know? So like you have to have side ventures to think about how you're going to live later. You just have to. And it could be anything. It could be like, fuck it, I'm going to franchise a Subway and quit when I have to quit. You know, stream occasionally, make sure that Subway is getting run, whatever. Like it could be anything. It doesn't have to be an online thing, but a lot of streamers kind of have to think about their off-ramp eventually because, you know, you could make juiced money right now, but you have to live your entire life and you have to pay for your entire life. And some people are advantaged in that they have education or work experience before streaming that they could maybe get back into. A lot of the time, though, when you take a huge gap, you have a 10, 15-year streaming career, they don't want you after that gap. They're like, nothing you do is relevant. Go back to school. I don't know. Like, it's concerning, and you don't get hired. Or if you do, you might actually still be behind, right? Let's say you were a developer. And up until, 5 years ago, you were really up on shit. And then you stopped having to stay up on shit. And then, maybe like 10 years after your career, you take a 10-year gap for streaming. And then you go back to it and you're like, I'm a developer. I've done nothing relating to programming for the last 10 years. Who's going to hire you? Like you're going to have to re-educate, get certified again, whatever. Like some people could do it. I think for tech, it's a little easier getting back into because you know the concepts. But like, how many years have to pass before now you don't even know some of the concepts that are being currently used? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Things in the future could get wild, or it could stay in a spot where you could just like get back into it. I think right now you could, but in the future we don't know. So that's another concern. Like, is your industry one you could just get back into or not? Right? So, yeah, streamers have to be careful because typically you're not doing anything related to your field for this huge amount of time. Can you even get back into it? And that's assuming you did anything. A lot of streamers that are well known or doing all right just started streaming like in college and don't even have their degrees. They didn't finish them, So everyone's trying to figure out like, how can I do something now to keep myself sustained so I don't have to do all that, Having managerial certification might make it easier to get back in as those age better. Yeah, you need certification for that, though. Yeah, like getting your PMP or some shit. It's the cheat code. Get your PMP and, everyone's like, wow, this guy's really good. Or whatever. Well, agentic development thing these days freaks me the hell out, but I guess it'd be easy to get back into. Yeah, right? That's the thing. I'm like, stuff changes so fast. So if you were like a developer and you have to get back into it 10 years from right now, will it be similar enough that you just could?
During COVID I had to take a certification exam online at home and they required I have my camera on and pointed at me the entire time, and if I looked sideways they'd automatically fail me. And the worst part was I had to put a shirt on Faction Redeems chat.
Why is it so long? Honestly, that shit is terrifying. I can't. I did one of those. I did a certification for something, and yes, it was not open book, which was crazy because it was on something technological that should have been open book. It was such a really, really, really complex thing, and in a field that like I don't even know how to describe it. It's just something that like not many people do. Even if you were looking up like how to use this thing, how to do this thing, and you want to get certified in it, and you were like, let me ask these questions. The only documentation that existed was some of what the company made for their own thing. And they had a forum where people could ask questions, and there were so few questions and answers on the forum. So you actually had to raw dog like this whole thing. And if you wanted to get certified, you had to raw dog it. Like, and it wasn't open book. It was insane. It was the hardest certification I'd ever done. It was so hard. And when I saw that I passed, I was like, I genuinely have never felt so relieved in my life because I was like, I was ready to die while I was doing that exam. And it was the same thing. It was the same thing. You couldn't look side to side. Probably why nobody has that cert. Yeah, because it wasn't open book. And yeah, you had to self-teach because like there was so little documentation. There were documentation bits on like all the basics and certain concepts, but there were things, they would give you problems like in the field, you know, a full written out question. In the field, this thing is happening and you have to solve it. Make a thing that does this. And a lot of it would be stuff that when you just go through the documentation to learn, it's never explained. So you had to like, I was learning during the certification course and I was learning by testing shit. Like I was just trying shit, you know? I was so bad. But I did it. And as long as you could complete the prompts, at some point, you had a good amount of time, you would get certified, so. I mean, I guess. That shit was hard, man. That shit was hard. I don't know. It was just like... Was that the origin story of the rotisserie chicken? No, that was when I graduated college. That was college. Or not graduate. That was my last final. It was the day of my last final. And that was that was just me being stressed and being relieved and eating an entire rotisserie chicken alone in a car because I was like, I'm fucking done, dude. I'm never going back. I don't know. But I gotta say, if you want to get a cert in something and they don't have any sort of guide toward the certification, they just give you a site with some light documentation and they don't tell you what they even want from you, just don't even do it. Don't even fucking do it. It's not like oh, I don't recommend it. I don't recommend it. I really don't recommend it. It did get me some work and I was very valued and specialized, which was cool. But fuck it, just get an AWS cert, dude. I don't like, just fuck it, man. No. The exams also cost a chunk of money. You mean certification exams for things? That depends on what you're doing. Some of them do. Some of them are like, you know, I don't know, $80. Some of them are way more. I wonder maybe people had that cert at the time. I don't know, but when I got certified, it was because we kept getting asked for someone that could do this thing and use this one thing, and I could not find anyone. I was like, I would love to do this thing for you, but I need to find somebody who knows how to use this or do this. And if you want someone certified, I'm gonna have to find it. I could not find anyone. So I have no idea. I have no idea who was even certified in this thing. Zero idea. Because I scoured so hard, and I couldn't. So, yeah, so I did it because I was like, wow, this is a big gap, huh? You know, I was like, I could fill this gap and I could take this thing. All right. Yeah, I did not have a guy for the thing. It was, I don't know if anyone even still uses it. Let me see. Does anyone use it? Oh, they still kind of do. Huh. I'm gonna send Blazing. I'm gonna send you something. Okay? That I think would make you laugh. I was just looking to see if people use this thing. I'm gonna send you the boogeyman. I was looking up this thing and I was like, do people still use it? And that's what was said, Blazing. Sorry for keeping secrets, Stan. I just, that's for his eyes. That's so funny. Oh, man. Are certs more standardized? Yeah. Certs are pretty good because, generally, no one who's hiring you, like, actually knows much about the thing they're hiring you for. So they don't know how to vet if you know what you're doing. So they'll be like, I heard we need a guy who knows, Lua. And then you'll be like, yeah, I know Lua. And they're like, and then they're like, they look up, like, are there certifications for this, right? And they just, like, they're like, you need to have this cert, or you need to have, like, this many years experience, and you have to show me projects you made using this thing or something. Like, they have to vet it, but they don't really know how if you don't have that. You need some sort of end result. So the certs do help. But I think you don't need it. Like, you could just show projects you made and have a portfolio, like literally the way artists do it. Have a portfolio and be like, I did this with this thing. Here you go. It functions. Shows my Roblox games coded in Lua. Yeah, Lua's usually like, for a lot of game modding especially, Lua's heavily used. So, weird example, but you know. Yeah, you could, right, 10 years in Roblox game dev, right? And you could be like, here are the games that I made with it. Ta-da! And then if it's another company that wants you to make games, they might accept it, they might not. They might be like, oh, this works in this way with Roblox, but we need this other thing. You can't do that. You know, I don't know. I don't think Lua actually has certs, by the way, for the record. Maybe it does. I don't know. Everyone I've seen that uses it heavily just learned. Like, they just fucking, like, raw dogged it and learned, you know? But, yeah. You said you used some mods you worked on to show you had Lua project experience? Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, you just have to have something in hand to be like, I did this. I know it, and here's something that shows that I know it. So it could be a completed project. It could be... It doesn't even have to be a completed project. It could be, like, something you worked on your own. You were never paid for it. You just did it to show that you can do it. Which is pretty neat. Oh my god, speaking of, did you guys see... Holy. The Excel esports, whatever you call them, the MEWC is ongoing. The Microsoft Excel World Championships. I legit thought about it. I legitimately thought about it. And I was like, I don't think I want to spend time on stream grinding this. But, brother, I was thinking about it heavily. Heavy. I was looking at some of the prompts they were doing, and I was like, you know... you know? But I don't want to... Some of the stuff, the way they do things, the stuff... Some of it, I'm like, it's a little fuck-ass. I don't know. Don't even know what that means. How do you compete? They give you a prompt, and you have to make it in Excel. So it's different things. Let me see if they have examples. Let me see. Do they have example problems? Big data sets. Well, it's not just that. It's like sometimes they ask you to make a fucking mini game. Here, Excel championship questions. Do they have any like practice sheets? I don't know. Does anyone have a good example of a question that they've asked for? I'm trying to think. None of them are using a mouse either. It's like so slow. It's so slow to do some stuff you want when there are so many, so many hotkeys. Let me see. I see people asking. Ooh. Formula challenges are a big one. Oh, ExcelJet has a lot. So the real question is how many people doing the Excel championships also play Eve? Yeah. It's more so like, I think the important skill is learning how to do something complex in a singular line. as much as possible. Like in a singular cell, writing a complex formula that does more in there instead of having all of these different columns that do a thing, spit out an answer, and then another column that does a thing, spits out an answer, and then like you have a fourth column, you know, many columns down that puts it all together. Cat just knocked something over. Instead, they're trying to get you to like do all of this in one formula if you can. That's really a lot of what it is, which is sort of like, you know, if you've ever done any programming challenges, for example, any of those like interesting challenges they might give you when you're in like, you know, nerdy clubs, collegiate environment, all that kind of shit. Yeah, they'll try to have you optimize, right? And it's not always proper optimization in the way you're thinking. Like it doesn't actually make things run better, but yeah, code golf, right? Where you're essentially trying to have the fewest lines possible to achieve whatever prompt they give you. Some of the stuff they do here is doing that, but in Excel. So they're like, use the fewest cells or columns possible, the fewest number of individual formulas possible. They've got formula puzzles. I don't know. There's a lot of interesting stuff. And some of it is wizardry. Some of it is literally like make a playable game. Do they, for this, guys, do you know, do they allow VBA for all of it? Or is this without VBA? Because you can do literally anything if VBA is allowed, but is it allowed? I don't think so. Really? Okay, so they're doing everything without VBA? That makes it a little crazier. That makes it a little crazier. I mean, you don't need it for a lot of these prompts, but like, it can be interesting sometimes. Oh, you don't. VBA is Visual Basic for Applications. It's essentially a programming language. It's a framework that you can use to interact with anything Windows and Microsoft specifically. So you'll write a script that sort of lives in an Excel sheet and creates a button. And then you can press that button and then it'll like pull a thing from your Access database. It'll open Access and then do this thing and then put it in here. And it'll like help you automate a bunch of stuff between these different programs. And it doesn't have to be Microsoft applications, but that's how most people will use it often. A lot of people that know that also use like PowerShell and that sort of stuff. Power Query should be required learning. Let's not get too crazy. Put the brakes on. Most people don't need this shit. Most people do not need this shit. But yeah, it's just stuff to optimize. If you work in a company that uses fuck-ass spreadsheets and like everything's just stored in 2 Excel sheets, you should probably learn stuff like that, you know, to like speed up how much time you have to spend finding shit. How sure was that? Someone wrote a tool that would pull info from web service, had other stuff you could customize and insert, remove, and then spit out a fully formulated document guiding things. Yup. It's basically, a lot of people use it to either aggregate a bunch of things together for one report, or they'll use it to split things out to like pull things. I wouldn't call it ETL, but sometimes they use it for like ETL style stuff where you'll have a bunch of things, a bunch of documents in different places, a random ass website that you need to scrape and this and that, and it'll pull a lot of shit together into one source, and then it'll parse that out and either spit out one report or put it into a bunch of things like a different sheet and an Access database and this and that. You know, it just kind of like shores up a lot of this stuff and automates it so that you don't have to manually do any of it. Yes, it's often used for dashboards. That's like, I think the most common I've seen is companies being like, I don't want to move my shit out of Excel and Access. Can you just make me a dashboard so I don't have to use good modern tools? You know, it's that. VBA is blocked in some places because people can't learn to not click at links in emails. I know, that's why I'm saying people should just use modern stuff, but like, I know. Anyways, I'll get frustrated if I think about that. I'll start freaking out. I'll start freaking out, dude. Anyway, I'm gonna watch it. It's tonight at 9:50, but I might have to watch it later. They're gonna do the thing. They're gonna do their championship. The Excel World Championship. And I will be watching. I will be watching. Maybe not live, but I will go rewatch. I don't know about you guys, but this shit gonna go crazy today, okay? It's gonna go crazy. So speaking of job stuff, your blueprints videos convinced me to try Figma for keeping a bunch of info in one spot. Now each of my clients' orders have their own dedicated schizo board. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's, well, you're talking about FigJam specifically. I'm going to mention that because Figma's the original tool, which is the design and wireframing tool. You know, FigJam is really good. I think, depending on what you're doing, you shouldn't use it. It's visual, but you know, certain types of projects you should use. So I always tried to keep all of my shit organized using something like Trello, something like that, whether I was using Trello at the time or using something else, you know, regular shit for keeping stuff organized. But so many of the projects I do as a VTuber are so visual. And a lot of these programs, if I need to have a lot of different images up next to each other at the same time, it just actually slows my workflow down. So I use FigJam a lot for a lot of this stuff. It's been the best. It's genuinely been the best. It's all way more organized than whatever the fuck I had for blueprints. That was just me like slapping images into zones and like spatially remembering kind of where I put certain things. Like I still remember all the sigil stuff was up on the top right? Like just, it was just vibe based. But you know, when it comes to like the actual work, it's a lot better organized. But you could take, you know, you have tools like Trello, right, where you have your Kanban board and you've got like my to-do, my doing, my done, and my archive, and you have your different lists and you move things through them as they get moved forward in real life as you're working on stuff, whatever. You can just make that in FigJam and just move post-its over, right? Like you could just do it, but then you can move an entire section with all of its pictures and images and relevant stuff over and you know, all of that. So I have it all like really, really organized, but I've been using mostly FigJam. So I have a Kanban board for my regular tasks, just tasks, but then I have all of the major project organization is done in FigJam at this point. Because, you know, every single thing I do has to have like 1,000 images on it every time I work on anything because of the nature of VTubing. So I've swapped over. I personally like things being more text-based because I feel like it's more compact. It's easy for me to like get things done, but I don't know. To the untrained eye, your chaos was absolute organization goals for that board. I didn't think that board was well organized. I thought that was horrific. When I look back at it, I think that board is so disorganized. Personally. Wait, actually, that could be a banger video for the second channel. I take all of my blueprints notes and I reorganize them into how it should look if you did it properly. And then it's me showing how to use FigJam really well, and it's me showing like how to organize shit, how to organize information, pretending it's like a project, you know? Yeah, exactly. You said to an untrained eye, it was disorganized. To a trained eye, it was really disorganized. Yeah, because I just wanted a spot to slap screenshots so I could put them next to each other and look at them at the same time. That's all I wanted. I didn't realize how deep the game was. And I didn't think it was going to turn into like a board like that. I thought it was just a canvas to throw images on, but it turned into like, I was writing on it, you know? I was taking the pen out, the pen tool, and drawing shit. It turned into a lot more. So I would love, that would be a fun thing actually, is me reorganizing it as if I knew the game was going to be that deep and showing like a better way to do it. Could have been cool. Man. Excalibur? No. Oh god. I don't know, I think it'd be nice. I've thought about, people have always asked me for videos on project management as a content creator. But I'm going to be real with you, and maybe this is like not the right way to think of the world. But I'm going to be real. I think if someone needs me to show them that, they're not going to make it, and that video is not actually going to help them much. That's really truly what I think. I think if you cannot keep, and I'm not saying like it can't make someone's life a little better. I'm saying if they want that video because they have no idea how to run a project and they're like, I have no clue, I don't think I can help them. You know, the people that already kind of know what they're doing and then would learn some good stuff from it, they would learn some good stuff from it. That's fine. But I think like there are people who don't know anything about it and they have no idea what they're doing and they want a tutorial, but they're like, show me how you do it. I don't think it would help them. Because I think they have to like learn on their own. You know what I mean? They have to like develop a sense for how projects even work, you know, like look up basic project management. I don't think me showing them in a VTuber way is going to change anything, you know? I don't know. I don't think it's like the way I do it is specialized even. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if that's the right way of thinking, but that's what I think. Make it to help the people who want to improve and already generally understand what's going on. Counterpoint, then I'm just giving them my edge. which is probably like people will hate that, but like you know what I mean? Like why would I do that? Right? Why would I spend time doing that? You know? Insert peekaboo clip here. You know what I mean? The clip of him being like... No, if someone needs help like that and they ask me directly, I help them. You know, I do. I tell friends, you know, they're like, how do you do this thing? I sit them down and I'm like, show me what you have and I'll show you what I would do to it. But I think like giving people a blanket, oh, here's how I do stuff, isn't really that helpful because stuff like how you organize your information, how you run your life, like you need to go into someone else's situation and help them with what they've already got, you know? It's like, here's a good example. It's like when someone says, how should I redesign my bedroom? Show me yours. That's not the way you do it. You go, that person should show the bedroom, and then you give advice on what they already have, on what their space already looks like. You can see their habits by physically looking at their space and be like, oh, you need more laundry sorters because you got a whole thing going on. A bomb went off in here. You know, like, and you really just need to, like, look at what people have. I feel like it's that with... When people ask for those types of videos, I'm like, I can't really be effective unless I'm, like, looking at your shit, you know? I think the most boring but helpful video would be I sit with a friend for, like, 3 hours. And I say, show me everything. Show me how you communicate with your people. Show me where you write your notes on stuff. Show me how you organize your projects. Like you're working on a debut for an outfit, show me everything right now. And then I sit with them and across multiple platforms, I like redo all their shit. That'd be the only way to do that, you know? But like, then I'd have to have someone leak everything to me and put it in a video, so it's a little awkward. Is this the channel with the pregnant Luigi? What do you mean Luigi? Luigi? No, we have Pregaman. Are you crazy? What do you mean, Luigi? My God. Moon used to have Preguigi. Yeah. Yeah. Rip. Rip. But it's okay. It's okay. There's Pregario. You know, he's still there. He's still alive and kicking. Anyway. I've talked about boring stuff enough. Let's go look at some of our offerings, because it's Sunday. And then we'll play games. What did you say? I had a question about your daily GEEGA channel. Is there a reason why you post short clips in long form versus shorts? I was thinking about today. I was just wondering if there was a reason for it. Honestly, not really. I wanted to build up that channel as a normal clips channel because I just wanted it to be a normal channel. The shorts algo is separate from the regular video algo. And I kind of don't care about the shorts algo because I think the shorts algo is really good for getting attention. It can get your name out there, but it doesn't build a community. You don't build communities around shorts. And you'll notice there's some people that blow up from their shorts, but they don't really like retain it. I don't think it's sustainable. And yes, they don't pay for shit, right? My clips channel being long form isn't fully paying for itself, but it's very close. It's very close. It's doing pretty well. If I put all those same things on shorts, I would make 10% maximum of what I make there. And then all that effort, and it would be more editing because making them vertical means you have to spend more time moving the clip visually around to follow the character or to show the important thing on the screen because it's only a vertical slice. And you end up spending more on editors too. So it's more expensive, makes you pennies on the dollar, like pennies. And it doesn't really sustain people. But I have people that watch the clips channel very religiously and actively comment or come here. And I feel like it's just more of a community, which is what I care about more, honestly. Like, I want to build community. I don't want people to just like, I don't just want like views. You know what I mean? If that makes sense. I'm not really on the views grind. I'm on the let's make this community good grind, if that makes sense. You know? I still think it's good, and I always feel like I should also take those clips and turn them into shorts. I would just spend money doing it, you know, it would just be a drain on me, but I think I should. But I started off with just worrying about the proper long form thing. It also just saves my editors from going crazy. It's less work for them because they can just cut. They can just cut and put up, you know. It's a little easier on them. So it's also for their sanity purely. Because I care. Because I care, and I don't want them to go crazy. Thank you for the hype train, by the way. Thank you for all the resubs. I don't know why I don't hear my alerts. Let me refresh them. I've been missing so many of them because I don't hear the sound. Okay, I reloaded them. They should work. You hear him? Meow. He's having a lot of fun. I will say the other thing is, the last point on the clips thing also, to your question, is most of the clips are not short. And most of the shorts that people post are under a minute. I know they did make it so you could do longer shorts. You could do like the 3-minute ones. But I personally think a lot of the clips are 5 to 10 to 15 minutes of me talking about something. Like, it's a whole segment. It's a whole segment. So they're not short. You know, and I didn't want to only post shorts and then make it so that those like more nuanced talks can't be posted, because that's what most people come to me for, you know? So I was just like, yeah, I'll just throw it there. Hi, Egg. 3-minute long spreadsheet clips when? I have been directing my editing team to post less of certain things when I talk about certain topics, because I'm like, people think I'm all about this on YouTube. And it's like, it's something that gets brought up once a week, but most of what we talk about is something else, you know? But they think that's the thing because it gets clipped the most. So I'm like, we gotta lay off this stuff. And then they'll be like, but it does really well. And I'm like, I know, but don't. Don't. No thanks. Not a bad way. Your content isn't meant for short style. Maybe the chatting isn't, but all the gaming content really is totally fine as shorts. I don't post a lot of my gaming content outside of VODs on YouTube. Like, we do some longer form, fully edited videos on like highlights, and like I said, we're moving that to the main channel soon. Things are in stasis while we're like moving all the parts around. But yeah, no, in general, like, I don't post that much gaming content, even though majority of my hours are spent in gaming categories. Even if I chat a lot at the beginning of some streams, like today, instead of just doing an hour and then getting in game, you know? Still. But yeah, I get what you're saying, Crow. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Can't wait to the Excel prompt speedruns. It's... I don't know. I'm like... I'm kind of tempted, but I don't think I should. React clips to Anouk would go crazy. I think if I opened a React channel, it would do great, but I would never put it on, like, my main shit. Anytime I have sat there, which is rare, but I've sat there and reacted to stuff and then posted it, the VOD gets, like, destroyed. It gets demonetized. Sometimes I've gotten entire copyright strikes that I've had to get removed or, like, you know, whatever. I could just never do it on my existing channels without the risk, you know? So, it's too much. It makes me wonder how other people have the React channels, because these other people aren't getting stricken down. I think it's just the stuff I choose to watch. The stuff that I find interesting, those companies will absolutely strike me down every time. So, I don't know. It might just be content choice, but other people have, like, entire channels dedicated to reactions, and they don't lose their channels. So, what's that about? And I'm pausing. I'm, like, pausing and talking in between a lot of it. So I don't know. Do you get struck? They just dispute everything? I guess so. I don't know. A hot dog contest. I'm still trying to see if one year. The problem is it's on ESPN. The yearly Nathan's one. It's on ESPN, so I don't think they'll ever let me stream it live while it's going on. But I want to ask so badly. I want to be like, hey, you don't really have much of a Twitch presence. Can I be your Twitch presence for competitive eating? I want to watch it. You know, I really want to do it. Did you see Emily did another thing? He did chicken wings. Hold on. Joey Chestnut wings. He did like 200 something. Did you see, actually, I was so excited. A month ago, he did competitive eating against Speed. Speed invited him. It's a banger Speed video, by the way. It may not be on YouTube. Oh my god, wait. We're gonna listen to a short real quick. He says proper wing technique. Hold on, we gotta pause, Biggie. Let's listen. Just listen. Just audio only. VOD watchers, get fucked. Wings go down easy. Oh, okay, wait. He's gonna show it. We're gonna watch this. Hold on. He's gonna show you wing technique. You gotta know the slurp method. Yeah, you gotta slurp the flats. Do you guys have a preference? You know, not all wing places let you do this. But if they let me eat only the flats, I order only flats. Personally, because they got the most fat on them. And I think that's real nice. I think that's real nice. Why are subs on? There we go. All right. Sir Chestnut. Mm-hmm. Oh! Ugh. What is he doing to it? Oh. He's shucking it. Hold on, I want to see the fast one. Yeah, you squish it off the thinner end. Jesus Christ. So he puts the end where the non-pointy end toward his mouth. Yeah, he is shoving the meat through the center. So that's the thing. I think he's putting his thumb underneath, like on the bottom side of it. Here, and he's like using these. No. He's using these fingers here to push the meat out, because some of it's in the middle between the two bones, right? How the fuck? Dude, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. We might have to practice. His technique is insane. Guys, I think we may have to practice. Actually, let me go back over there because I want to do offerings. I want to look at offerings. Oh yeah, this here. This above my head. Teaser image. Again, it's on Twitter. Go to Twitter. And please boost the tweet. It is referring to new outfit debut Wednesday. Wow, who's the other hand in the image? Oh my god. I wonder. Anyway. It's Joey Chestnut. Where am I? Okay. Sorry, I phased out of existence. My bad. My freaking bad, dude. Okay, we have the offerings. I'm just gonna do some. We're switching it up slightly, as long as I am streaming on a Sunday and we don't have an event on that Sunday. I'm gonna go through some offerings, no matter what. All right, that's what we're doing. Instead of me waiting for a bunch of them and then getting through all of them at that time, every Sunday, if I'm streaming and there are any to go through, we go through them, assuming we don't have an event that day, okay? You'll also notice above my head, we are reset for this month. We've started December off strong, already several thousand points in each faction. If you've not joined a faction, go to the Discord. Okay, and select one of the three. Above my head, left to right, creatures, undead, and monsters. You select one, and there you go. Okay, let's do browser capture slides. Where the fuck are we? Oh, it's because we were watching Anouk. The goat. The goat. Here we go. Okay. The green ones cheat. You can't say that about them. They're not just green, they're people. Okay, from Sam Squanch and the Monsters faction. So knowers of the old ways. Yeah, the slap redeem. Remember the slap redeem? I loved, as a smaller streamer, doing the slap redeem. At the point we're at now, I hate it. But I look back upon it fondly. It's one of those things like, you know, when the community was smaller, you didn't have to do it so often, but then as the community grew, more and more redeems. I made it more and more expensive. That just meant there were more people watching for more hours, and they would just, it didn't really slow it down enough. It's one of those things that just doesn't sustain as you go on, so we look back upon it fondly. Hiya, I would say, as I slap the chatter. Hiya, I say. 1 million points for a slap yet. And then they all redeem it on the same day. That's what would happen. Like, no joke. I also don't have like a fuck ton of redeems. So, a lot of people have a lot of points. All right? A lot of people that are here have been here for a long time. We got a lot of long-time truthers. And, there's probably a lot of people in chat right now who have over 1 million. So, you know, yeah, someone just redeemed a 350,000 point redeem right now. Thanks, Sid. Like, you know what I mean? Only 868,000 here. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I put a couple of really expensive ones in there and people keep buying them, so thankfully, you know. So I'm nearing 2 million even after redeeming the Dudo shit roll, 2 NFBs, and dailies every stream. Yeah. I know. I want to make more redeems for you guys, but at the same time, I don't really know what to make. Like, I actually just don't know. I just don't know. Because I could do more expensive sound alerts, maybe, and then that just makes, like, I don't know. Some chatters really like sound alerts, and then others get pissed off from them. So I think I try to keep it at, like, just the right balance where they don't get played too much, but they're still accessible, because I don't want to piss anyone off. And then I need them all to be passive. Like, I don't have to stop what I'm doing and do a thing. You know? Otherwise, the stream would never happen. Right? So, I don't know. More expensive redeems for different equally useless Discord roles. But then that generates work for mods. Then every time someone redeems one of those, a mod has to notice and then go and change their role. And then if you don't do it during the stream that they redeem it, they're always like, I redeemed this and I need my poo-poo brown name, you know? And it's like, you know? So I feel like it's not a lot of work, but, you know. Ever redeemed to change Boris's outfit? I can. Stuff like that is really, like, the majority of what I was thinking. You know? Sound alerts are cool if chats chill about them, but some chats have no chill about it ever. I think this chat is too chill, actually. You know, I think people, like, hold back TTS because they're afraid that they're going to TTS at the wrong moment and I'm going to call them out for it, and then they would cry. So they just, like, you know, they keep themselves safe emotionally. I think people just are afraid. Everyone's so afraid. Yeah, see? You'd cry for at least 15 minutes. You guys are all saying which is great. You know, for a while, people were afraid to spam emotes here because they thought I'd be mad.
Interrupting TTS, say what?
Interrupting. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Interrupting cow goes. Moo.
Moo. Wait, that was great. Bite. That was good. That was top tier.
Interrupting.
Interrupting. I don't mind people TTSing a bit more because I feel like you guys actually, I just want to state that you guys do hold back a bit, which thank you, because I definitely don't want one of those ones where I can, like, never say anything because it's only TTS all day, but you can TTS more than you do and I won't get mad. If it's ever to a point where it's annoying me, I have a button that could turn it off. So, you know, if people actually do overdo it, I could be like, revoked for the rest of the day, and I could turn it off. So don't really worry about that here. Because you know I'll tell you. If you guys are pissing me off with too much, I'll be like, hey, I want to get through my segment. Like, I'll just say it. So, you know, don't worry about it. Chat place. And then I press a button and it goes away. And then you have no TTS, you know? All right. Slap redeem, I miss it. But I could only, like, sustain it when tiny. Unfortunately. So let's do, for this art, I really like this art. Let's do... 100 points. 100 points. Thank you, Sam Squanch. What are you okay with TTS and what are you not okay with the TTS? I think the only time I'm like, I don't like it, like, I don't know, it's hard because, like, it could be anything. I would just say, don't have back and forth conversations with me via TTS like there's no one else there. So if you TTS a question and I answer it, and then you TTS again, and you're like, okay, well, what about this? Yeah, I think that too, blah, blah, blah. Then I feel like you are just trying to be a main character, and you're trying to pull away from the rest of the chat, and, you know, fuck that. That's really the main thing I just don't want. Me too. Like, it's cool to give me $1. That's great. But I don't want other chatters to feel like they're just watching me and this other guy have a conversation, and the guy wasn't even invited to stream like a streamer friend. He's just, you know what I mean? He's just TTSing. I feel like then it kind of feels a little weird. So that's really the thing I would say don't do. Outside of that, I don't care. And see, watch this.
But what if I got a really long message? What if chat doesn't like?
I could turn it off.
Annoying.
I could turn it back on.
I don't wanna be annoying. I could ruin the flow of the stream and then everyone will hate me and then they'll kill my Boris plush. What am I gonna do about the Boris plush corpse? Does he get a plush funeral and chatting fast?
Yeah. That's the thing too, is like if you have a question and it needs a paragraph because you need to give the context, just type it, don't TTS it. You know, like, or learn to be succinct and make it a line. I promise it can be done, you know? And I feel like when people ask me a question that needs that much context, like I feel like I can't answer those unless I really know the person anyway. I'm like, you can't explain your whole backstory to me in a TTS paragraph and have me really get it and give a good answer. So those are just like not worth, you know? I feel bad because I'm telling the person I just can't help them, but I'm also like, stop it, you know? Other than that, I don't care. Is this them Halloween trick-or-treating? The slimes decided to do some trick-or-treating around the dungeon. And they're all dressed as each other. It's cute. It's cute. It's very MS Paint, but I don't mind it. It's cute. All right. Fuck it. I like the little pumpkin bucket. I like the pumpkin bucket. Let's do... 60 points. Yeah, I like the MS Paint quality. I do. It's nice.
Revert to caveman. Get big point across in few words. Do cacafatman.
Yes. That's what you gotta do. Why say lot word when few word do trick? Know what I mean? You know, chat, I used to be so succinct in the way I spoke, and then I became a streamer, and it all went to shit. I legitimately, like, if I lock in, I can do it, but it used to be natural. Now this is my natural state, is to talk too much to say the same point. Because people prefer that. And they're like, can you explain that again? Slightly differently for me, though. You know? So yeah, Minky, succinct. Succinct. Yeah, streamers are better off not being too succinct because people want to like hear the same thing multiple ways so that everyone in chat has an explanation that makes sense for them or whatever. And I just...
Manual breathing initiate. XDD.
No. Anyway, drew this. This was this... Henny and I talked about it. We talked about outfit swapping. I feel like I would look crazy. I look crazy in Henya's outfit. I look like a murderer. The pose is good, though. I really like the pose. And look, Henya's sitting in my chair. That's my chair. That's my chair. It looks really good. I like it. Hold on. Hold on. I'm pressing a button. Okay, there we go. I think this is great. I think this is great, and I like it. Bring your child to work day. No, Henya's not smoking. She's got blue flames in her left hand. Maybe you haven't seen the art and you don't know the canonic like thing, but you gotta look at the art of me where I'm like activating my cursed demon hand. Hey, Nucky, I'm talking about my cursed demon hand. And you're blocking me. There's no food here. Get in my lap. Come here. Get in my lap. Yes. Okay. He's being stinky. There we go. Anyway, you gotta look at like when I activate my cursed demon hands, and then you know she's not smoking. She's activating her cursed demon powers. Anyway, I love this art. Let's do 180 points. I can't clap because I'm holding my cat up. Thank you. You have to clap for me. You made a jack-o'-lantern design based off of the challenge coin. That's cute. That's cute. You know, I saw a bunch of people leave pumpkins out on their stoops until like last week. Just rotting. Just rotting. The thing is, like, when you're in a really dense area, usually there aren't really that many squirrels to like come around and eat them and stuff, you know? Or like raccoons and possums that will just eat that shit. So like they just kind of sit there. nothing really cleans them up. I think anyone anywhere still has to kind of throw it out, but like, you know, toss it, please, if you still have one. I know it's cold, so it's not like hot weather rotting, but it's still rotting. Anyway, this is cute. I like the challenge koi design. I think that's just gonna be like my little, I wouldn't say logo, but a little brand mark. Just the little eye patch and the teeth. I'm gonna use it a lot. I like it. Anyway, it's beautiful. It's perfect. Let's do 50 points. My cat moved. I can clap again. Don't folks have compost heaps, do they? I don't know. You need like land for that. I guess people in the suburbs might, maybe. I don't know. You should put your eggshells in it. Ah! It's so scary to see Boris with like normal eyes. Look at his eyeballs. Actually, let me pull out. Where's Boris? There he is. Ah! My God. It's beautiful. Did you guys get your Boris plush? Did you order it? I don't mean get like they're being made, but did you order the Boris plush? I have one. Be jealous. I'm the only current owner of one. And it feels so good. It's really nice. I think I really like U2's plushes. I said it before, I'm gonna say it again. I've tried other companies. I don't think they're bad, but I think the U2's plushes are just like really nicely made. Really, really well done. And I don't know. I'm looking at them right now. I just really like it. I'm happy with it. You touched the massive one? Oh, the like 2 foot tall one that we had? Yes, yes. It was good. It was really good. That one we had made custom. And that one, did we raffle it off or did we just do a fixed price sale or did we just give it? I don't remember. Who has it? One of you has it. Who has the plush? Do any of you remember who has it? It was an auction. It was an auction, yeah. But who got it? Bricky choked him right in front of me.
Boris's eyes pop out of his skull like a rat when he gets excited. Confirmed. Now canon.
He does when he gets excited, he does the booba emote eyes where his eyes pop out. He boggles, yeah. As the person who won, they wanted to remain anonymous, but they confirmed they are a real fan. Oh, okay. Got it. They're really cool. I want to know who has it, but I won't pressure anybody. Yeah, no, it's cool. I'm glad someone got it. I want to do that more, and we probably will do that more. Just for like a fun thing at conventions. Make some sort of like one of one thing and then auction it off. So the Boris plushie, they might not all be one of one. Maybe we'll like do one per year, or like whatever it is. But yeah, I want to do that more at conventions where we have that. I'm also gonna do, I think I mentioned it, but I pulled when I was opening V-card packages. I opened several of my card, not me, but the girls, the Trash Mob girls, the Factionettes. And so I'm going to take those and sign the back of them and send them over. Hopefully they're at Hallmat in time. We have a Hallmat command now, by the way. ! Hallmat if anyone wants to go to Holiday Matsuri, because we're going to have a GEEGA booth there, by the way. But I was going to see if I could send them to Hallmat. I hope they get there in time. If not, then the next con. But anytime I open V-card packages and I get like my own cards, I'm gonna go send them to booths. Because I never really do like sign stuff, you know? I thought it'd be cool. I thought it'd be neat. I also want to do sign posters, but I don't want to do anything like like through any other services. I just want to sign them myself and send them somewhere. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to use a special service to do it. I don't see the point. Also, what the fuck is Streamily? I looked into it because they contacted about me maybe doing a thing, and it's like some service where they can like you can sign shit and send it to them, and they send it to people, and people can give a name and a message and whatever, like what you want them to write, like who you're making it out to. Couldn't you just do this through anything? Why do you need a third party? Signing service VAs use a lot? Yeah, no. I know like what they do. But what I'm saying is, why do you need a third party for that? It's third party to intermediate. Yeah. It's Cameo, but more annoying. Yeah, but couldn't you just... Brother. When you make a store page, just add a field for them to write name and message. Right? They ship out autographed goods. I don't know. I feel like a lot of 3PLs, you could still work this out with them, but that's just me. That's a level of safety for the talent. So does any 3PL. I don't know. I'll figure it out. I kind of want to do it on my own and see if I can do it without a third party. But for now, what I was going to do is I was going to sign a couple things and send them to my booth if I can. And just go with that for now and just make them like an in-person booth only thingy. So I think we'll do that. Anyway, I love this Boris art. Let's give this 120 points. 120, thank you. Next, book club highlights by Jael. Oh, I want to say, wait, before I read these. Happy, I think 2 years officially to the book club. Happy 2 years to the book club, going incredibly strong. We have like an insanely good book club. If you want to read, or you want to hear people talk about books, go join the book club. It's just in the Discord. They meet weekly. They read a lot of good books. I often read the stuff that the book club is reading and then just camp the chat like a weird stalker, seeing what they're... Because I was like, I need to figure out what to use my Kindle for. Because I have a habit of just rereading books that I like off of my shelf. So the book club keeps me actually like reading shit that is new to me, instead of cycling on the same 10 books. But yeah. All right, let's read these. So there was a disappointing amount of slapping women messages in the offering. Dude, there have been some crazy scenes in some of these books. Insane. All right, book club is talking about Sharticles, Clubfoot, Foot Club, Book Club. HP Kun. Why are you calling him Danforth? All right. Did anybody notice that the cross kept the sexless tribe from falling down to the number 69? Bust out the turbo fan. What are you reading? I'm just kidding. I've read a lot of the same things. The thing is, like, when you read these books, you can put two and two together. Do they have any specific genres? Not necessarily. It's usually that suggestions are made and then Batten kind of puts them together, puts out some options, either directly says we're reading this next or says let's vote out of these. What are we reading next? So you guys kind of push where the book club goes a little bit. Turbofan. Alabaster got diamond hands and they're going to the moon. Shut up. Dantaron, shut up. The Emperor's Emissions. Kaka God. Women and violence, my two favorite things. Then he said, not combined. Not combined. Thanks for clarifying. Very nice. Very nice. His fucking peanut head. His peanut head. Peanut head is a very sad thing in Wales. Don't look it up. But in there, it's good. Oh. We got the furry scale. Okay. Phyrexis shaming people. Uh, we'll ignore that. We're looking over the... Sorry, it was a gift, so I locked in on it. All right, book club quotes. Yeah, the book club's been good. We'll get back to that. Book club's been doing well. Happy 2 years. Happy 2 years. It was, what, highlights posted by JL. All right, I'll give you... You know, I didn't really see many of your own comments in here. I saw 1, 2. Okay, so it's mostly stolen valor, but you know what? I want to mention that's okay, because if you didn't put the time in to curate it, people wouldn't have seen it. So that's okay with me. Let's give him 80 points. W stolen valor, exactly. W. All right, back to this. How is she? It's me when I was sitting there and watching... Dude. Please watch Ish's civilization videos, man. Your life will be changed. Your life will be changed. I like the GIF. Pretty good effort. Pretty good effort. Not Vintage Story, because I don't watch Vintage Story videos, if I'm being honest. Let's do 80. 80 points. Thank you, TL. Still have to watch the video. The thing is, you don't have to think about watching the video and like really set up a lot of time for it. What you need to do is start watching it, and within the first 5 minutes, you will be hooked and you will not be able to stop watching it. You will keep on it for the whole thing. So you don't need to think about it as a big commitment. Think about it and be like, oh, I'll just watch a little, and then boom, next thing you know, 3 hours later. Just doodling in my sketchbook. Ooh. Ooh. See, Boris is covering. They can't see the part where your thumb is showing on the bottom. And I was going to comment about your cuticles. And I was going to tell you, chat, I won't make you look at his cuticles. Get more vitamin E in your diet and hydrate. I actually notice if I don't take my vitamins for a bit, I notice my cuticles getting a little more crusty. You know what I mean? Like a little, like they rip more easily. They're thinner kind of thing. I don't notice the difference anywhere else. Nowhere else on my body do I notice a difference. But my cuticles, I actually do if I don't take my vitamins for a bit. Interesting thing I noticed years ago, and now like I can't stop thinking about it. If I notice my cuticles like ripping a little more, I'm like, oh, I've been forgetting to take my vitamins. It's like a real thing for me, dude. I like this. I love when people do a traditional art and post it here. Let's give you a solid 130. 130 points. Said you are the next Civ video with your poor core society versus your rich society. My rich society isn't even a real rich society in Vintage Story because all these poor people keep moving in and I'm the only one role-playing that we have to kick them out and everyone else is like, yeah, and then they don't. So I actually need to do it, but the thing is, because people can just respawn near, like, by, it's hard. So I have ideas. Yeah, they're posers. Yeah, the policies aren't being enforced, but we have plans soon. We have plans. We're gonna get there. Next. Ooh, from Sakura drawing the space outfit. I do love the space outfit, man. The more I look at it, the more I fucking love. I love this outfit. So I'm like considering getting it full size, you know. But I feel like it feels right on the chibi, you know? I feel like it feels right. So it's hard. It's hard. Let's do... Let's do also 130. 130 for this one. Thank you. Any chance of the Warlock outfit on this model? Yes, but I want to redesign it. I've thought about bringing it back, but its exact design and shape and everything, I feel like does not suit this, you know? So I wanna adjust it. but I like it. I miss it. I liked the color scheme. I liked the overall vibe. I liked that it was a little goofy. I really enjoyed it. It's not top of the pile. Like, to get done, there's other stuff that I have to do first, but it's on the list. It was fun to draw. It was very drawable. Yeah. So, I like that. So, I want to mix in, like, sometimes I get really complex outfits to draw, and then other times I get, like, really simple ones. So, I want to mix simple in every time I can. Just to... Hi, Nucky. Hello. Just to balance that out a little bit. Oh! You almost fell. Are you good? Look. He's eepy. He's eepy. Mario and hi Luigi. Dude, I gotta say, Superstar Saga is one of my most favorite games, dude. It's so good. It's so good. I don't know if you played Brothership, the newest one, the Mario Luigi series. I played a little bit on stream and then continued it just off stream, like late at night. It was so good. It was so good. It was incredibly good. There were a couple little bugs I ran into that were a little weird. Outside of that, the game was great. So you really should. If you've been thinking about it, do it. I cannot recommend it enough. Anyway, I like this. Let's do 120 for this one. 120. Your brother was so mad at Boom when he thought Boom betrayed me. That's why RP servers are fun. I need people to RP more. They're just playing the video game, but I want them to RP more. But we didn't necessarily tell all of them it's like a heavy RP server or anything like that, so I don't have the expectation that they like have to heavily. But I need to make some drama, you know? We gotta make it happen. And I have a really good idea for it. Doomed Yuri. Chat's Yuri is also doomed because they're gonna kiss each other to death. Yes. The gecko and the little goblin making out is so fun. It's so good. Oh, it's so good. Yeah, no, I was talking about, I think, like, I really like in media, whether it's writing, video games, movies, art, whatever it is, I love tragedy. I think you can always make some of the most visually and just generally stunning, conceptually, art pieces, no matter what type of media it is, when it's, like, tragic. So Doomed Yuri, honestly, gets, like, the best fan art. The greatest art prompts are, like, two characters that have, like, those complex... yeah, when they love to fight to love. It's the best prompt for this shit. Always, always, always. And I sort of like fandoms that have, like... It doesn't have to be Yuri specifically, but any doomed, like, relationship kind of prompt spawns the greatest art ever. Genuinely. I love it, man. I love it. And then I just love a tragedy. I just love reading through a story that's like, it's never going to work out and they're both going to die. You know, I love it. You have so many Doomed Yuri sketches inspired by Alien Stage. Oh, Alien Stage was the ultimate. The thing is, like, I was aware of the creator from some of his work, or their work, beforehand. And so when they made Alien Stage, I was like, this shit's not gonna end well. Like, people are becoming friends of this, but they don't know this creator. And they don't know that, like, almost everyone's gonna die. It's gonna be some shit, you know? It's doomed everything, legitimately. But it creates, like, some of the most amazing prompts for an art piece, you know? We should watch Alien Stage at some point. I should bring a friend that's never seen it. I'm a big fan and make them watch it. We should do that at some point. But it's the best. Tragedy makes the greatest art. It really does. Anyway, I love this piece. Let's do, since I asked for it, let's do 150. Let's do 150. 150 points, especially because I love the I love the gecko and the goblin making out. Oh, so it's just like Studio Trigger. They kill everyone in every anime. Yeah. But it makes it so good. It makes it so good. Oh, I liked this one. I liked this one. I don't know. You gave me no glove though. It's the right hand, so it's not a crime. You also didn't do the pauldrons. I think it's specifically like, you know, I think that's the point. I think the point is I'm chillin', right? Yeah, it looks naked without it, right? But I'm pretty sure that's literally the point. I appreciate that there's no left gauntlet. Kind of, but it's out of frame. So it's okay. No, the right hand can be uncensored. I mean, literally, guys. Uncensored right hand is fine, as you can see. It's the other one that's a crime. If it was my left, sorry, this is on your left, but if you put out your hands in front of you and make an L, you'll notice this is my right, not your left. Okay, put out your fingers, make the L. That one's the left. My left arm, which is on your right, is the one that cannot be shown. But they put it out of frame, so it's perfect. Lucky, keep moving. They put it out of frame, so it's perfectly fine. Perfectly legal. Let's do 120. The only thing that freaks me out, I gotta call it out. The eye patch. Now, I know the strings are kind of behind my hair. It's floating on this art. It's glued on. Yeah, I'll turn this way so you can see. I don't glue it on. I don't glue it on. Eye cup. Meowsers, you spell it. Anyway, it's good art. Regardless, don't care. It's good art. 120. 120. Dermabond, yeah. Dude. You ever have an incision closed up with surgical glue like that? Crazy. Like a deep, all the way through your body incision closed up with fucking like Dermabond. Oh. Crazy. You look at it and you ever think dark thoughts and you're like, if I pulled this off right now, I could just reach into my body. Dude. when I was like, out of surgery, I was like, oh my God, if I pulled this glue off right now, I could reach in and just touch like everything, my intestines, it's like super glue, but it works. Isn't it actually a cyanoacrylic glue? Like it's literally super glue? Hold on. Do they publish their ingredients? Yeah, 2-octyl cyanoacrylate. Yeah, it's literally super glue. That thing that gives super glue, that super glue smell is that. Gorilla Glue as well, same thing. It's like the same type of ingredient. Anyway, when I woke up from surgery, my outer wounds, so I had sutures inside, of course. I would have had to like get through those to get in there, but like my muscle layer and all that. But yeah, we had Dermabond on the outside. So I was like looking down and I was thinking about it and I was like, man, if I pull this off, I could get in there. Obviously I didn't. Not a good idea, but I thought about it. It's Scott Steiner. He's real. I'm a genetic freak and I'm not normal. She's got a 141 2/3 chance of beating Samoa Joe at Sacrifice. I really want a wrestler outfit. Dude, the numbers do not lie. They do not lie. I do. It's true. I do have a 141 2/3 chance of beating Samoa Joe at Sacrifice. Dude. I have no complaints about this. It's perfect. It's perfect. you're gonna get 60 points because it's just Photoshop. But you know, you put a lot of effort in. So what is the song name? I Need It. You don't know about Walkin' by Denzel Curry? The greatest hip-hop song of the modern era? It's Walkin'. You want me to turn it up? This is the good shit, man. We'll keep going while we listen. Yes, this is my favorite release of recent years. Rip VOD watchers. No, VOD watchers can't hear it. I'm gonna say something about this piece. I'm gonna skip it. I think the concept is funny. I really like the second half of it, but I'm gonna say something right now, and I'm not gonna put this person at fault. So don't bother this person. No, it's not about the left hand. No, it's actually a serious topic. Do not ever draw me having to do with anything with being sick or the hospital or especially cancer. Thank you. I don't think people might assume that I would or would not want that. This character has nothing to do with me, the real person who had cancer, if that makes sense. I know they're very conflated though. But I'll just say I'm going to skip it. Okay. And I'm just going to make that really clear to you guys. Just don't do that. No offense to that person or anything, though. I don't, you know, I've never stated that previously. Don't bother them. But, yeah, PSA. Just don't. And it's just personally because I don't want to see anything related to the worst thing to ever happen to me in my life, medically, especially, you know, drawn on like my anime character. You know what I mean? Like, it's something I've shared with you guys, but let's just like make it. We'll consider it like not canon to anything relating to the characterization side of things, if that makes sense. Okay. But no offense to that person. Don't bother them because I've never stated that before. I've never mentioned that before. So, you know. But yeah. Also left hand. Yeah, no, but I'll just skip. I won't worry about it. I know what you mean because I never want people drawing me playing League of Legends. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. You get it. All right, Rogue. I made a game inspired by other Get to the Top of the Mountain games called Boris Takes Flight. It's available to play in your web browser. What? Game trailer volume warning? Okay. All right. We're listening to Juicy by Big. We gotta turn it off for a sec. We'll get back to it. Look at it. Look at the little moving sprite. Oh. Wait, it says volume warning. Oh, there it goes. Wait. There he goes. Oh my god. Oh, you fling him. I see. Wait, you made this game? Dude. Oh, yeah. It's very, very interesting that you have the meter there. It's reminiscent of Jump King. Bro, fuck Jump King, by the way. You made an ice level? Uh-oh. It's cute. Oh. 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 Oh, it's cute. Did you have to do all the art yourself? It's a lot of effort. That's a lot of damn effort. Very cute. It came out great. Hold on, wait. I can't. It's not letting me minimize. That's the wrong button. I meant this button. Oh, it's always fucking when I have to do that. And then reopen. Okay, there we go. Anyway, wait, we're going back to the beginning of Juicy by Big.
I looked up Boris Takes Flight and I just got a well-known weird old dude in a jet popped up. Don't know why I expected otherwise.
Yeah, Boris is not really a name that if you Google, you're gonna like see this Boris. You're gonna get like Boris Johnson and, you know, who I don't mind naming. I don't mind naming. I like this. This is a lot of effort. Oh, Boris Yeltsin. I like this. Yeah, it is on itch. If you want a clickable link for it, you have to go to the Discord. Mods don't post it. No one posts in the chat. I'm forcing you all to go to Discord. You have to go to the Discord. Okay. And you have to scroll up. And you have to click. But beautiful. Beautiful. A lot of effort. Let's put 150. 150 for this. You did a great job. I want to know if you did all the art yourself. I want from Rogue confirmation. And if you did, I'll throw extra points as well. Because then that's like, that's a lot. That's a lot. Oh, we'll get to this on a very serious question. Do you mix your spaghetti with pasta sauce in the pot, or do you pour the sauce on naked spaghetti on the plate? I mix it in the pot. I mix it in the pot. I want it evenly spread throughout. It does depend on type of sauce sometimes. But no, in the pot. I think if I were presenting it to people to make it beautiful, you know, I might. But the thing is, when you have uncoated pasta, you know, it's oil-based, right? It keeps the moisture within the pasta. But I feel like if you put it on the plate and then pour it over, if people don't eat it quickly, then the outside of the pasta like dries out a little bit. And it's not good. It fucks up the texture a little bit, and it makes it so that the sauce it does not absorb into it at all. It only stays on the outside. And it just isn't right. And you'll notice a lot of restaurants, they'll mix them together and they'll do it in the saucepan. They'll make the sauce in a saucepan, or they'll heat it up there, even if it's like one that's pre-made. And then they'll dump pasta into it and they'll let it stay on the heat and mix them together on there until they can make sure it's like the exact consistency, and they'll season it in there and then put it in a bowl. That's, I think, like the way. If that's assuming you're making the sauce for it. If you're not making it, just pour it in a pot. You know, drain it, throw it back in the same pot, put the sauce in, mix it. There you go. Anyway. And yeah, you said if you have company, put how much you want yourself. For me, mix the pot. If you have company, mix a smaller amount, make it a little more naked in the pot, and put it on the plate, and then have a separate thing of sauce on the table so they can add more if they want it. So just pre-sauce a little bit, because you want the oil base of the sauce to be on the pasta to coat it so that it doesn't get dry. That's how I would do it. Poisonally. Like a gravy boat or something, you know, or a little bowl or whatever. Thank you for your question. Anyway, you did... I like the sketches. I clicked. I like the sketches. I really like this one. Okay, this one on the left here. This one's really good. I know the fish one is like the one to mention, the one to note, the elephant in the room, but if I'm picking a favorite, we're going left here. We're going left. I like it. Did one with cat ears? I guess. If I were like an uwu animal VTuber, what animal would I be, guys? I don't think I'd be a cat girl. I love cats. I have a cat. I have 2 cats. But I don't think I would be a cat girl. I don't know. A bat? A rat. Badger. I like that. Spider, but cool. Yeah, it might be a bug. Owl. Owl theme was one of the early themes I thought of initially. I didn't go with it because I didn't want to be an animal. Honestly, a honey badger? Dude, honey badgers are cool. I could see badger, yeah. Ferret? Nah, no way. A badger from Redwall. Specifically, a badger from Redwall would be really funny. A jackalope. Wait, a jackalope could go crazy. I actually told Harka she should do that. I told her she should be a jackalope. Remember, recently, a little bit back, it was the year of the rabbit. And I was like, do you know what a jackalope is? You should get a jackalope outfit. And she was like, what's a jackalope? And I had to explain to her what a jackalope was. Because she already has the antlers. And I was like, look, it's a real animal. And she was like, what? And I was like, yeah, here's a real taxidermy jackalope. And she was like, what? I got her for like 3 seconds before she was like, there's no way this is real. Anyway, I think she should get a jackalope outfit. She should do like a bunny girl moment, and she gets bunny ears, but she keeps the antlers and just is a jackalope girl. I think you go crazy. She doesn't know the fearsome critters lore. It's not even about that. Jackalopes were a thing for a really long time, and people many, many, many years ago did fun stuff with taxidermy. So you would just have normal taxidermy animals, but sometimes people would make a jackalope, which was just a like standing up rabbit with tiny antlers, and they would just taxidermy a couple things together, and then they'd be like, look at what I caught, and they try to convince people that it was real as a joke. And it was like a mythical creature thing, and it was just because someone got weird with taxidermy because it's funny. But yeah, they're pretty cool, man. You want a mounted jackalope head? Yeah. The 90s were crazy. They were like really popular at that time, but people like a long time ago would do that. And it was like, you know, rich people having fun because they didn't really have much else to do. And they would just taxidermy weird shit. Weird shit, man. Anyway, I like this. Simple pencil sketches. We'll do 60 points for him. We'll do 60 points. All right, next. Gizbetch. I like well boy. Wait, I gotta move. You gotta see Saja on the right. Look at him. I'll point. I'll use this as a pointer. Look at him. He's one of the Saja boys. You get it. You get it. You guys love K-pop Demon Hunters. You love it. These are good. These are really good. I like the designs a lot. Like, jokes aside, the designs look really nice. And I know it's mostly their main designs, but like, it's like the altering of the personalities is really nice. You think Wellboy's the best? I like his stupid goggles. It keeps his eyeballs in. I mean, that's part of Glunk's lore is his eyes can pop out. So anyway, this is beautiful. I have no complaints. No complaints. Yeah, Giga Gigason. My real name. Real and true. I like the face on Space Giga though when you look at it. It's so good. Let's give this, I'm gonna give this a solid 200 points. 200. This shit's so good. This shit is so good. It's incredible, man. You know, I had to, I deleted 2 YouTube comments. Huge. Because there were 2 people that couldn't stop arguing back and forth on my VOD of playing Dispatch. They typed back and forth to each other. I kid you not, like 50 times. Like 50 times. And I was like, you gotta go. I had to get rid of them. And all it was one guy was mad because he was like, don't even play the game if you don't like it. Because he thought like me bantering, like he thought I legitimately hated the game. Even though when I finished the game, I said, wow, that was pretty good. 7 out of 10. And then just talked about the things I didn't like, you know? He was really upset. And then a couple other people were like, being like, check the next mod. She literally liked it. Also, like, if you can't handle Bento, blah, blah, blah. And they were like starting to defend. And I'm like, no, don't do this because this guy's just mad and he's going to keep typing. And then lo and behold, I just checked back like a week later to be like, whatever happened there. And it was like, the thread was like 50 replies down. I was like, oh my God. And it was weeks later, they were still in the same reply thread. I was like, you people gotta go. So the guy that was still arguing with him and trying to defend it at the end, I got rid of both of them. I was like, brother, you gotta get out of here. You gotta get out. I don't know, man. I don't know. He was like, he really couldn't handle that I didn't like things about it. I don't know, man.
Wait, if you are canonically GEEGA Gigason, does that mean we can call you Junior?
No and no, I'm not canonically Giga Gigason, and you can't call me Junior. You would get zapped. I would hit the button. Place! Then you'd never be able to chat again. Yeah, that guy did fail the vibe check, though. He really did. I don't know. Rip to another one. Rip to another one. He at least gave me great engagement on the video, I guess. But thank you for this. Thank you for this. Wait, I didn't know you did this. Lynn says, to represent the general and the mobs at TwitchCon, I made this jersey. Signatures from the homies. You made an entire jersey? Wait, I never saw it. I didn't know. That's cool. That's cool. That's neat. There's a lot of people in here. You know, W Glaze, again, I gotta say, this community showed up at TwitchCon, showed up. They were walking around with merch. People were like, those are the geegoids. I see them. Those are the geegoids. Hey, are you in the mob army? You know, it was a whole thing. It was a whole thing, very recognizable. I had a lot of streamer friends who were there say, hey, I just want you to know, your community was so nice. They said this, they helped with this, blah, blah, blah. And then Matara, when she was breaking down her booth, who went there and did that shit? This community. Everyone went over there, helped break down the booth, helped load up the truck, everything. Said, there you go, ma'am. Very respectful, very demure, very demure. That's right. Don't let nobody say nothing. That's right. I like all the signatures, though. I'm trying to read all of them. Oh, that's Dust. I was like, who is this? It's Dust. I was thinking these were little letters. Like a fool. Like a fool. We'll get more of you next time. We'll get more of you. More of you on the next one. But thank you, Lynn. Let's do 150 points. Let's do 150. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, pencil sketch. Sorry, this while at TwitchCon finished when I got home. Pencil sketch. I like it because I look like a snake. And I mean this in a good way. I look like a snake. You see this? I like it, I like it. 90 points. 90 points. Yes. Thank you. Your handwriting is nice. Look at how even. I mean, it's not perfect, but like, look at how even. My handwriting, I can never keep the size of the letters consistent toward the end if I don't write at a huge slant. So if I write like straight up and I try to write in print, it goes like, you know, my numbers are really fucky too. You know, I can't write an 8 without it looking like garbage. I am so inconsistent when I write numbers. They look like shit. Ooh, Mobberts. Ooh, these are good. These are good. I gotta yoink them and try putting them on 7TV and see how they look when tiny. These are good. I like that. I'm gonna see if they work out. If they need any adjusting, I'll let you guys know, and maybe I'll do a Burt contest. Maybe we'll do a Mobbert contest if they don't work well. Shrunk. Okay. One more roll of the dice. What are we gonna get? From Smashy, shitty little Gigadoodles. Oh, what is this? You boing? I was in my head, I'm like, this is either gonna be some beautiful art piece or something crazy. Full of evil. Dude, I'm so full. I'm so full of evil all the time. I'm so full. I'm just full of it. Full of evil. Filled to the brim with evil. So full. Sorry, I was popping my shoulder. Did you hear that? Oh. Anyway, it's beautiful. Gorgeous, amazing, so pretty, so cute. Let's do... for a bunch of sketches, we'll do 140. 140. 140. Thank you. Yeah, you like the mewing? All right. Let's get to gaming. It's time for Video James to arrive. He's invited to the stream. Nucky, I'm gonna play video games now, which means you can't be where you are. Nucky? You know, one of his favorite spots now is to loaf in front of my keyboard. Like where a wrist rest would go. Oh, wait, I have to move left side. I have to move left side for this game. He's just been doing that. Remove that, remove that, put you away. And then I go, eeeew. We're gonna go here. Should I get smaller? Smaller for Vintage Story. Wait, I'm gonna move. Yeah. Okay. He wants to be your wrist rest. Yeah, but he's like, look, I just got a keyboard that's lower profile. Okay, it doesn't have like a super bulky base. It's very, very flat base. It's still mechanical, but like the keys are not super like chunky high, you know? I just got this thing, and this is when he was like, now I'm gonna live in this spot. So I don't know. All I'm saying is I think he's smarter than he lets on, and he planned it. Okay, we're opening Vintage Story. Do you have more pets? I just have 2 cats. My baby boys. My baby boys. Oh yeah, we have the weird line. Hold on, I hate it because, so I have to, let me hide it first. I have to F11 the game, basically, to, have it be properly sized on OBS, but then if I do that and I click off of it, it gets kind of weird. It gets kind of weird. But I want to play it in windowed mode, but then my aspect ratio is a little fucked up. And I don't think there's a good way for me to set it differently. I could do maximized borderless. How does that look? Lucky, Lucky. You're knocking shit over. So he's having a moment. He's having a moment. I gotta move shit around. There we go. There we go. Okay. Now you can sit there. Now you can sit there. All right, all right. How does that look? It's leaving, basically what it's doing, the reason why it has that little line is because it's leaving space for the taskbar to show. Which obviously you can't see my taskbar because I don't capture my whole desktop. I think that's for literally insane people that don't care about not dying. What if I do this?